If they don't have a dog in the fight or if they haven't gambled on the game, they cheer for the underdog.
If you are an SEC person, though, and you're watching that Ohio State game the other day, you may have started off cheering for Ohio State, but at some point, if you're a diehard SEC, at some point you were like, come on, not to Ohio State, not to the Big Ten. Come on, Georgia. Don't let that happen.
Didn't happen to me.
I don't put you in the same kind of category as the typical SEC fan.
You're anything but typical, Lance.
Yeah.
I'm about to be a Big Ten guy.
That's true. I wonder, I do wonder about TCU's ability to sustain this. I don't like their prospects of sustaining this.
They never have. Even when Gary Patterson had great years and they come down, they go 11 wins, 6 wins.
Yeah.
It was up and down.
You won't put them in the top 12, top 15 next year to start off.
No, I will not.
Yeah.
Is Duggan going?
Yeah.
He's declared for the NFL already.
Yeah, then no.
Quentin Johnson's gone.
Yeah, no. I will not. I don't even know I have him top 25, Jim.
You may not even have him in the top 25.
No, it's not a given without Duggan and Quentin Johnson.
You see the last two. I'm telling you, Patrick, I'm pure SEC, will be going for TCU. Riley Stevens, Auburn fans.
Oh, I know Auburn fans will. They hate Georgia
literally
fans.
said that until the game starts. And then when they start dissing on the SEC, then you guys will change your tune. That's my point.
Who's going to diss on the SEC?
Oh, it'll happen in the broadcast. You'll get that feeling now. They'll be like, oh, the big bad SEC, not as good as they act like they are.
It's not like Klatt's calling this game.
That's a good point. It's not Klatt. If it was Klatt, 100% that way.
Hey, this is wild. The doctors at Cincinnati are meeting with the media right now that have cared for Damar Hamlin. And they said when he awoke, he opened his eyes overnight or early this morning. He can't talk because he's intubated, but they've given him a pad. What is the first thing he asked?
Did we win the game?
Who won the game? They wrote down who won the first thing he asked, who won the game.
Yeah, that was what a lot of people were saying that night. They were like, he was doing what he loves, risking his life, but doing what he loves, his dream. And I guarantee he's the kind of guy that when he wakes up in the hospital, the first thing he'll ask is, did we win?
Yep.
Wow.
The doctors say they wrote back, you won the game of life, my man. That's what they said they told him is you won the game of life.
And you just wonder if he thinks he woke up night of.
I don't know. Yeah, he's got to be super confused. Just wait till he checks his charity checking account.
Somebody's probably already alerted him on that.
I would hope they've told her that.
Yeah, well, that's great news on Damar Hamlin as the world continues to watch that and the NFL continues to move towards their final weekend of the regular season happening this week, and we'll see if they somehow reschedule that Bengals and Bills game or come up with another scenario. We get ready for more college football on Monday night tomorrow on the show when we're back with you live at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into a new live show now as we look down the road here. We'll talk about UAB's amazing contest and a defeat last night, the college football playoffs, and a lot more to get to in this show. But we start with a big story that I think has a lot of Alabama and Auburn fans sitting on the edge of their seat. Shortly after the show was over with yesterday, the word comes out officially from Texas that Chris Beard is fired less than a month after third-degree felony assault charges in Austin with his longtime fiancée. Should be noted, this decision did not come from Chris Del Conte, the athletic director. It came from those higher up at the University of Texas there in Austin. So Chris Beard has his own situation. We don't care as much about what this does for Texas long-term this season, though it does impact them. For us, the conversation starts one of the premier jobs in basketball that has a new facility that pays a lot of money. There are, tentacles that stretches into the SEC and specifically into our state on who the next coach at Texas could be. And names that are mentioned, Jeff Goodman says Bruce Pearl. Seth Davis says Nate Oates. Other people say Nate Oates. Eric Musselman at Arkansas. John Calipari at Kentucky. Those are big-name coaches in the Southeastern Conference.
I mean, look, the style, everything. I mean, I would go after Nate Oates if I was Chris Del Conte. I really would. Nate Oates is not a guy that's been to a Final Four yet, but you see what he's building right now at Alabama. Bruce Pearl's already taken Auburn to heights they've never achieved before in a Final Four. We assume that a guy like Nate Oates will get Alabama there sooner than later. And you look at Texas, they've been to a Final Four. I don't think they've ever won a national championship in basketball.
I don't think so. They went to the Final Four under Rick Barnes.
In 2003 with Travis Ford, or TJ Ford, running the point.
That's right.
But that's all I can ever remember Texas basketball really doing.
They have got 3 Final Fours, but 2 of them were World War II Final Fours, 43 and 47. So 2003 under Rick Barnes was the only modern day one they've ever been to.
My point was going to be them coming to the SEC. The resources they've got, you could do something at Texas that's never been done.
You really could. And Brown, for Bama fans, you see it already over there. Don't take Nate. Don't take Nate. Jacob, I hope Bruce stays. For the folks in this state, the concern about Nate Oates is real. I don't know about Bruce Pearl. Let's start first with Nate Oates.
Well, I mean, so your natural question would be, what does Texas have that Alabama or Auburn doesn't? Okay, so if we want to start with Nate Oates, let's start with what does Texas have that Alabama doesn't?
Well, the new arena.
That's the obvious number one is a new
bigger
arena.
NIL, which people say that Nate Oates kind of backed away from the arena to get more NIL money.
Yeah,
and Texas got both.
Yeah,
they do.
You assume that.
Well, they've already built the arena, so
I
know
they've
that.
got the arena.
Right.
I'm obviously assuming on the NIL money.
It doesn't take as much NIL money, right? So
in basketball,
I mean, $5 million should be enough, right?
I love how you put a price. You don't have the first clue.
I would say. So what do we have now? Is it still 13
What
scholarships?
would you pay? All right, if you knew Brandon Miller was Brandon Miller, and I assume Nate Oates did, what was he worth in NIL? Like if you're any program in America, Brandon Miller could start at any program in America. You give me that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So you're any program in America, Brandon Miller is worth what to you?
$1 million.
No,
it's more than that.
Yeah, it's more than that. I would say
$2 million.
I think $3 to $5 million for a player like that.
I mean, Alabama has got a team that has a chance of going to the Final Four.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Without Brandon Miller, do they?
No.
Not as much.
Okay, then he's worth more than $2 million probably. I mean, what's a Final Four worth to you?
I was going by what do I think he's actually going to make?
Yeah,
What's he
like his
making?
market value.
No. I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I'm saying if I could just say, look, Brandon, we'll give you X amount of dollars. What is he worth? What was Jabari Smith worth last year?
That's what I think Texas, with their collective, I would assume they probably say, hey, you got $10 million a year in basketball.
Okay, I'm just going to throw a number out. Let's
All right.
say Alabama's working with $3.4 million in NIL money.
For basketball.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I randomly came up with that number. But
I don't either. It
let's
seems
just
like
say
you know something.
Let's just
I
say if
don't
that's
know.
a ballpark
Wow.
figure.
Yeah, it seems like you know
$3.4 million.
something. All right.
That seems like a lot of money to me to spread a lot.
I would agree.
8 or 9 players
I would
in
think-
playing time. I give $1 million, say to Brandon Miller. then I thought, maybe I'll throw $250 a year off to a Clowney, $250 little to a Sear.
Give $100,000 to Bediako.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you start spreading that, that's good money.
No,
That's
it is good money. It is. I mean, I would like to think you could get by on that. Yes, $3.5 million a year for Bama basketball NIL. I don't know if that's enough. I've never recruited one day in basketball.
So to me, the only thing that scares me about Nate Oates leaving Alabama to go to Texas would be the new arena and practice facilities. Can I have the jet to go anywhere I want? Just all the stuff that goes around the program. I don't even look at Texas. You look at some places and you say, man, they have the best fans. I could see him maybe leaving, on a sleepy 8:00 Tuesday night at Coleman Coliseum with some empty seats to go to a place where they're just buzzing fans. I've never looked at Texas as a place. In their old arena, which was huge, they used to play in front of a lot of empty seats as well.
It looked like a boring arena, too.
Yeah, it did. It did. Now, they've changed that with a smaller, exciting arena, much like Auburn did. Bruce Pearl, on him, he's 60. He'll be 63 in March 18th, 63 years old. I think he would still be coaching at Tennessee today if that incident had not happened. I just don't think he will leave and go anywhere else. I think he'll finish at Auburn, and I really believe he'll finish at Auburn and turn it over to Steven to have his first head coach.
This is a much better job than either Alabama or Auburn, in my opinion, basketball job.
Yep.
But I agree. I think there is some loyalty from Bruce Pearl, and I think Bruce Pearl is a guy that falls in love with certain places. He's in love with Auburn right now. He's at a point in his life he doesn't need the money. He's already been to a Final Four, so he's shown himself that he can get.
And he's at the end of his career. Nate Oates is at the beginning of his career.
Yeah, but I can't get past this. Why is it obviously a better job than Alabama and Auburn? You say that why?
I don't know.
I know why you say it.
Well, I would just think because of the new arena. And
but Auburn's got a new
arena.
Auburn's got a new arena.
But I think the collective is massive.
Yeah, you think that. I mean, I would agree. You think it's more at Texas than it is at Alabama or Auburn, but is it enough at Alabama or Auburn? All right. Because, for instance, if I've got $10 million a year and I really only need $6 million, what's $10 million matter, right? If I really only need $6 million, realistically.
Well, then I can overpay for anybody.
That's it. I think here's what we do, and I'm guilty. I'm not taking a shot at you, Lance, because I'm more guilty of this than anybody. I think we equate good football program with good basketball program, and we want to say Texas is obviously a better job than Alabama or Auburn. I don't think it is. No. I don't think it's obviously a better. What can I do at Texas that I can't do at Alabama or Auburn?
No, I think, and I used to not say this, but Alabama is a better football job than Texas right now.
I would agree 100% with that.
But for whatever reason, I just think there's more potential basketball-wise for Texas. So maybe just because it is such a big brand that has never done anything.
Yeah, Texas and Auburn have been to the same amount of modern-day Final Fours. So I can go to a Final Four at Auburn. I've shown that as Bruce Pearl. So I can't say, well, I got a glass ceiling here. I can't go to the Final Four at Auburn. You've already done it. So what makes Texas a better job? What makes Texas better than Alabama?
Yeah, but it's better than Loyola.
But we're not talking about Loyola.
I know, but I'm saying they've been to a Final Four.
Well, yeah, but those aren't even on the same level. These schools are about to be in the same conference.
I think who has a better job always comes down to what do I have at my disposal? What are my toys? What are my facilities? What is all of that? And they have the new arena. Alabama does not. Auburn arena is a better designed arena than what they used to have. It is a newer arena than most in the SEC. The other two coaches in the SEC, John Calipari, if I'm Texas, I don't want a broken coach in Kentucky.
Because I feel like I'm getting a guy that's getting out in front of the posse right there.
That's off the board for me.
I agree.
The other guy at Arkansas, Eric Musselman, now that guy would interest me.
He would interest me,
too. To me, he would be ahead in the pecking order of Nate Oates and of Bruce Pearl.
Musselman?
Yes. He's a younger guy.
Well, but
younger guy than BP is. And he's a guy who I think has Arkansas until this year, Arkansas ahead of Alabama and what Nate was building in Tuscaloosa. I think Arkansas was ahead there. He's had more NCAA tournament success than Nate. Nick Smith is out, so he can recruit, but Nick Smith was the best recruit in the country, according to the analysts.
But same question. What makes it a better job
than Arkansas?
Yeah, what makes Texas a better job than Arkansas? Arkansas's won a national championship if we want to make those comparisons.
It doesn't necessarily – it's not a better job.
Yeah.
But for Eric Musselman, according to, say, Seth Davis at The Athletic, he is more of a big city guy.
Well, then you can't. Austin's a bigger city than Fayetteville, and nothing is changing that.
That's
so
exactly
if
right.
that's what drives you,
Right.
then take the Texas job. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why would you leave Arkansas for Texas? For him personally, he flirted. He wanted the USC job. Seth Davis writes this at The Athletic. If Andy Enfield had left and gone to Maryland, he was going to be all in on wanting to take the USC job.
He was taking a worse job at that point
That's
to
right,
get to a bigger
100%.
city.
Worse facilities and everything.
Yeah, USC's a worse job than Arkansas.
But he wanted to be in the LA market in Southern California. So Austin would be attractive to him. So Eric, if I'm doing category of concern of the 4 SEC teams I've mentioned, Kentucky, I think they would almost pack Cal's bag right now, Calipari's bag.
Which, if I'm Texas, that's what I don't want.
Yeah, I mean, they would be like, hey, we will let you use the Kentucky school plane to get Calipari
I don't
to
know
Austin.
about that. I think we're jumping the gun a little bit on Calipari.
Trust me, they want him out.
But I do. But if he takes that job, though, if Cal were to take this job, you would feel like he's getting out ahead of the
I
posse,
would.
right?
I mean, because Kentucky is still, one of the top 2 or 3 jobs in all of college
But
basketball.
don't forget now, Kentucky gave Cal that sweetheart deal that basically was his retirement parachute.
Oh, absolutely.
So I mean, he's
making $9 million a year.
he is, and it's also like the minute he's done, he's guaranteed like this no-show job to go in mob terms. He's got some no-show job that pays him a ton.
So there's Calipari. The concern level there low for me if I'm a Kentucky fan. I wouldn't care. I'd be excited about the next young guy could get in there because it's Kentucky basketball. We make the coach. The coach doesn't make us.
Okay. Tell that to Billy Gillespie.
My next concern would be at Auburn. I wouldn't be flashing any sirens today in Auburn.
I think he's too loyal.
Yeah, I do too. Then it would be Nate Oates at Alabama.
I think Nate would take this Texas job.
Well, my concern there is the money they could pay. I mean, Nate's making, about $3.2 million a
He's
year?
making $3 million. How much do you think Beard was making? Do you know?
I think he was making, it was a
Do you
7-year,
know?
$35 million
Okay, then
contract,
you know,
so
you
$5
don't
million
think-
a year.
Yeah. But is that what you were going to guess?
I would have said about $5 million a year because
Yeah.
to me, Chris Beard was going to be on this trajectory where Texas was going to be one of the top 5 programs for the next decade. I really believed he's that good of a coach.
Yeah.
And now if you're a Texas fan, you're like, what in the hell has happened? Basically overnight we lost our dream coach. Because Texas fans, much like Alabama fans, are starving to get to a Final Four.
Yeah.
Yep. So they are. So then, to me, Arkansas of the 4 SEC schools, just to finish my train of thought, is the one I would be the most concerned about because he has brought Arkansas basketball back. They're not going to have the year if Nick doesn't come play for him, Nick Smith. They're not going to have the year I thought they were going to have this year. So it's not going to reach to the full potential. I mean, I thought they were a Final Four team going into the season, Arkansas. But to me, I wouldn't want to lose him if I was the Hawks. They had been in the wilderness for a while for a program in a state that loves their college basketball. He had brought them back to relevance. And if they lost him, I don't know what Arkansas does next.
Yeah, look, I think Musselman would take the job too.
Me too.
So there's 2 guys out there that I want to mention. But first, we've always said that options are one of the greatest things in life. And I think now when you look at both Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates, they've got options. And then leverage is also huge. Nate Oates has got a ton of leverage now.
He's got a ton of leverage, but I'll tell you some leverage Nate Oates doesn't have. Do you have any idea what his buyout is right now?
Who Nate Oates is?
I would say $10 million.
I would say it is. I was
Lance got it.
I was going to say 8 or 9.
It was 12.5, 21-22. 21-22. Then 22-23, it drops down to 9.8. Those numbers, courtesy of AL.com from the contract. $10 million buyout. People always say, that's nothing for Texas. Schools do not pay big buyouts. They just don't. I mean, $10 million is a significant buyout.
It is, but if any place could pay it,
But they don't.
if any place could pay it, it's
I know,
Texas.
but we always say that, and schools
I
do not
think
pay
Texas
big buyouts.
had a ton of momentum going, and now they've hit a wall.
They have.
And they've got a PR disaster. And I think that the best thing to take care of something like that is to hire a home run guy.
Right, and especially with that new facility. I got one more thought on Nate Oates at Alabama,
And then I'll give you my 2 names.
Okay.
And you tell me what
on
you
the
think
other
about
side after Brownie tells us about our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's getting you ready for 2023 in a variety of different ways.
Jim, they are. We trust them for our pest control, our termite control at our homes, but they take great care of my yard as well. When you want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, this time of year is the time you need to think about. You've got to get the pre-emergence in the soil. the proper nutrients in the soil and the root system, and make sure that yard looks the best it can in the money months, spring and summer. Speaking of money, we're going to save you some with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES1. Use the code TNR, and we're going to help you save. We're going to pay for that first month of Envirolawn. You get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES1 and use the code TNR. Think about your spring and summer yard right now with Envirolawn at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES1 and the code TNR.
Tom pointing out that Texas paid $2 million to Mississippi State for the women's basketball coach buyout.
Yep.
If you want to put that on the level of well, I don't know what women buyout is in the.
I can't believe there was a women's coach
20 times, so they paid $40 million for
I can't believe there was a women's coach that had a $2 million buyout.
And Greg from Pell City brings up what I'm about to bring up.
Yeah.
He says, I hope they don't take Coach Cal because Kentucky's a great job, and I'm afraid we'd lose Nate to Kentucky. My point is going to be, you've got to get comfortable, if you're an Alabama fan, with Nate Oates being on everybody's list for all the big jobs when they open up. Because as long as he's at Alabama, because they can't build that arena overnight, as long as he's at Alabama, every time a job opens up that's a big job, his name is going to be on it because he plays an exciting style of basketball. He's a great recruiter. He's a young coach, and he is building a great reputation in college basketball. And my point was going to be that he becomes the first coach in Alabama basketball history that I think you have to be fearful of losing, because Wimp was loyal to Alabama. He wasn't going to go anywhere. And Wimp was uber successful, but he wasn't going anywhere. And before that, I just don't think it mattered.
Well, didn't they lose Sam Newton, though?
They lost Sam Newton to Vanderbilt.
Well, they lost him.
I have
You can crap on Vanderbilt, but they lost him. Okay.
since I've been in this profession, every Alabama hire I thought was going to end in a firing, except this Nate Oates hire.
Yeah. This is the first time in my professional career of over 30 years, and I think in my lifetime, Sam Newton leaving for Vandy, he did leave for Vandy. Alabama's got a coach that is attractive to big-name programs, to where you've got, like you had to early on with Nick Saban, you've got to worry about, God, I hope they don't. I hope that job
Well, but
doesn't steal
that's
our
exactly
coach.
what you want.
Oh,
so, this is a
yeah.
great thing. I mean, now you would like to make the commitment to keep him, because if I'm also an Alabama fan, I think there's no reason our program should be behind anybody's. I mean, I get we don't have the history of Duke or Kentucky or, UCLA or Michigan State or whoever else you want to throw in there, Kansas. I get all that. I mean, if you're going head-to-head with that, that's like when I'm an Alabama football fan, there's nobody that can match my football history. So I get that. I understand that, right? But as an Alabama fan, if I lose a coach because of salary or facilities that I want to keep, we've failed.
We've failed, and that's
right.
And that's the question I got asked yesterday on Lexington radio. We were talking about Nate Oates. The question was, do Alabama fans love Nate Oates? And I laughed. I said, "Are you kidding me?" And I explained the style of play is exciting. The attendance is back up. Everyone's all in on basketball. He can recruit his butt off. And I said, but if a job like this was before the Chris Beard firing happened. I said, if a job like Texas opens up, there is concern, that somebody will come and take him. And the question back was, will Alabama do all they can to keep him? Are they willing in basketball to get into an arms race, a money race, to keep a basketball coach like they would a football coach?
Right now, I would say no.
And my answer was, I don't know, because we've never had to see it before.
Yeah. But, I mean, are they digging a hole for that arena right now?
So far, no.
Okay, then the answer is no.
Well, I would bust the shovels out today if I was Greg Byrne. Greg Byrne is a basketball guy.
You keep saying he's got all this money hidden.
Well, they do.
Well, he says they don't.
Their rainy day fund, I can't even imagine. It's like the dragon is laying in gold.
But I go back to this.
He needs to use that shovel to dig up those jars of money.
I mean, but if he had that money, why would they not be digging right now? Yeah. He says he doesn't have the money, Lance. He says he doesn't have it.
I don't believe it.
Okay, but why would they not be digging then?
Well, we'll see now.
Well, see, that's my point.
Yeah.
We've never had to witness Alabama putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to a basketball coach. It's never happened before, which is what is fascinating to me about this whole thing is we've had to fend off Texas for Nick Saban back in the day. However much you want to believe it, it happened. And you've had to pay Nick Saban all this money over the years. This is the first time that you've had to say, okay, are we going to defend the fort when it comes to basketball? Are we going to go all in on a guy who can take Alabama to the promised land? Are you going to go all in? You're going to do the facilities, the NIL. We're going to pay him, $5 million a year, $6 million a year. We're going to outbid the Blue Bloods. Are we all in on basketball? It is the day of reckoning at Alabama.
Day of
Are
reckoning.
you going to be an
Boy, I
everything
will
school?
tell ya,
Or are you going to be a football school? It is the day of reckoning.
I know a lot of Alabama basketball fans, as you guys do too, and they put a lot of time and they put a lot of their own money into this for decades and decades. And if I'm an Alabama fan, and as Brown said, you have failed if I lose my coach to either salary or facilities. With that said, if I was Texas, two names I would look at. Mark Few, I don't think he would take the job.
I agree.
And Brad Stevens, bring him back out of the NBA.
I would agree with both of those. If you can hire either one of those, you've hit a home run.
Hires that I think both would turn it down. But if I'm Chris Del Conte, those are the two calls I'm making.
Yeah. I don't disagree with either one of those.
After we talk football with Connor, though, I want to come back to what you just said, though, because you made a Greg Byrne point right there.
Day of reckoning?
Yeah. It is a day of reckoning.
It's a day of reckoning for Alabama basketball fans. He hasn't been offered the job. Nobody has. It's a short, it hasn't been 24 hours since Chris Beard has been fired from his alma mater.
Yeah, by the way, how quick will Chris Beard get hired?
Once he's cleared of these charges, he could replace the guy who gets his job.
Which would be wild.
He could go to Arkansas, Kentucky, Alabama, Auburn, any of those places, and don't turn your nose up at that because he's a hell of a basketball coach. Coming up on the other side, Connor O'Gara joins us from Saturday Down South. Our friends at MyBookie getting you into a crazy weekend of NFL football. Brownie, tell us how we can be part of that MyBookie phase.
Well, it's actually very easy. Craze is the word you were looking for. MyBookie.ag, code next round on a deposit of $50 or more. They give you a cash bonus. It's instantly in your MyBookie account, and you can use it instantly. And all you have to do is bet at one time. You can cash out when you win, and you got that free money, my man. It's courtesy of us. Next round is the code. Go to mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. NFL final regular season weekend, the playoffs coming up, college basketball, college football national championship game, UFC weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that right there in mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Connor O'Gara talks football next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to talk to Connor O'Gara, who's showing support for Zion Williamson, who's out again with an injury. He's got his Zion hat on up there. I love to make Connor laugh. Our friends at Precision Sports trying to get Zion back into the game, man.
Yeah, hey, look, maybe you tweak the knee getting up from the couch, watching a little football, whatever it is. Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they can hook you up. If you tweak that shoulder pulling down the attic ladder, maybe you injured your elbow working out, visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023. That's precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
I know Connor will not mind starting his interview this way, though it is not what we have him on to talk about. Many reports now in the Buffalo Bills have confirmed that, according to physicians at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, Damar Hamlin's breathing tube was removed last night, and he's making great progress. In fact, has been, according to Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, FaceTiming with his teammates today and has addressed the entire team, which I'm sure was an incredibly emotional moment. So, Connor, we start with that good news. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Even better to hear that. That's as good a news as we could have hoped for after a really scary situation on Monday night. Like I wasn't watching that live, but I was really tired after I spent all day in Tampa at the ReliaQuest Bowl. I'd been in Atlanta over the weekend at the Peach Bowl, and I was like basically just like passed out on the couch. And my wife she's like, "Hey, do you see like what's going on right now? You should probably get on Twitter and see what exactly has happened and how quickly a situation that looked so routine turned obviously like very, very scary in a hurry." I think everybody was just hoping for an update like this when we got that news, and it took longer than what we would have originally hoped for, obviously, to be able to get that. But just awesome to be able to hear that, and hopefully his family is doing well, and this time is hopefully going to yield something positive. When situations like this come about, I always just find myself saying, like, let's just hopefully get some sort of positives from this, and let's be able to take a step in the right direction.
Which fan base do you think was hurting more on Sunday? Do you think it was Ohio State or Michigan?
It's got to be Michigan. If you're Ohio State, I came away really impressed by what we saw from them, to be honest. And there are people who are going to say that Ohio State would have won that game had Marvin Harrison Jr., I should say, if he had been able to stay in that football game. And if you're Ohio State, you're telling yourself you were right there and you did everything to show that you belonged on that stage. If you're a Michigan fan, how bad is life right now? You've got this Jim Harbaugh cloud hovering over your program. You've got, the NCAA cloud that's also hovering over your program. You have to still accept the fact that as an 8-point favorite in a semifinal game when you entered as the 13-0 team, you lost. Where is your light at the end of the tunnel if you're a Michigan fan right now? I think they are feeling bad, but I guess your question was who was feeling worse on Sunday. Still probably got to be Michigan fans, right? Like, they had the most pressure on them to win, to show that they were better than last year, and they blew it. I mean, they got out-coached. Their team wasn't as prepared as TCU was. They had a golden opportunity, and you could talk about the targeting. You could talk about the Ronnie Bell touchdown that wasn't, whatever. They blew their opportunity. It's as simple as that.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, he is with us here, and great writer there, friend of the show, and a big supporter of Utah's first national park there. I understand the real world of college athletics sometimes. And I've come to believe that most NCAA violations these days in football are inside jobs. I feel like everything that was released yesterday with this Michigan allegation is going to be nothing for the Michigan athletic program, and is all targeted at one thing, that Jim Harbaugh lied to the NCAA, which can be a major, as it says, level 1 violation. What is the relationship, as you know it, or read about it, or hear about it, or report about it, between Harbaugh and Ward Manuel, the AD? It seems to me from here in the South that those two are not always on the same page, that they butt heads at times even.
I actually think that they've been pretty tight. I think that the way that they struck that deal after 2020 was more evidence that they're actually kind of on the same page, and there might be some frustration because who in a position of authority has Jim Harbaugh not upset during his time as a head coach at any level? I mean, it feels like everybody always ends up having a problem with him. So maybe there is a little bit of beef there, but you hit on something that's really important. It does feel like an inside job. What happened at Arizona State with Herm Edwards? Inside job. What happened at Nebraska with Scott Frost and those NCAA violations that look really similar to what Michigan is kind of being accused of with, violating the COVID rules with, the dead period and all these things? Looks like an inside job. And if there is an inside job at Michigan, and if it is somebody that's still working there or somebody that was working there, then what does that say about Jim Harbaugh and the trust that he has within that program? Because Jim Harbaugh likes to act like he's God. He really does. And he doesn't care who he upsets. He lacks self-awareness at some key points. And if he left for the NFL with the NCAA coming down on him for, we'll wait and see kind of how serious, these penalties are going to be for them. But it would be a la Pete Carroll. I mean, it'd be really similar to see a move like that. And it would kind of speak to his character and really what he has become as a head coach.
Connor O'Gara is with us now at CJ O'Gara on Twitter is how you follow him there and read his content at Saturday Down South. Hear his podcast, his videos, all of that, Saturday Down South. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Your level of excitement in comparison to other national championship games for this one is what?
It's like a 8.5.
Okay. All right.
It's pretty high.
That's pretty high. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty high, but we feel blowout on this show. We feel blowout. Are you not feeling blowout?
I'm not, so that's why I'm excited. That's the difference right there.
We really think TCU kills Georgia. We're kidding.
I think that's the only surprising result, right? That's the only surprising result that could come of this is if TCU just beat Georgia by like 28, and it was similar to Clemson, Bama, end of the 2018 season. I don't think that happens, though. I think TCU just always finds a way to play in these close games. And the comp that I keep making for TCU is 2013 Auburn. We haven't seen anything like TCU in the playoff era, but 2013 Auburn, another team with a first-year head coach that took over a team that didn't go to a bowl game the previous season. Quarterback situation was murky at best coming into the year, and they just find a way to win all of these close games. I mean, TCU was tied or trailing in the fourth quarter 5 times this year. You're not supposed to get to a college football playoff national championship when you are playing with fire the way that TCU has. And so I think that TCU is once again going to give Georgia a really good fight. And I think this ends up being a close game with TCU making some big time offensive plays. And I think that Georgia, these last 2 games defensively, they've kind of shown you like, look, they have some holes. We've seen 4 different receivers hit the century mark in the last 2 games against Georgia. What's to say that Quentin Johnston won't do the exact same thing? And I think that this ends up being a matchup that's similar to what we saw in 2013 when Auburn goes down to the wire against Florida State. It's this game that's decided 12 seconds left, and it's kind of a national championship for the ages. I think we get something that's kind of similar to that.
So is the narrative coming out, Georgia wins, they're the alpha program, hands down in college football. The other side, TCU wins. The motto for everyone next August is, if TCU can do it, we can do it, because they were 500-1 to win a national championship.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That's 100% it, because I am still more of the belief that TCU is going to be an outlier and not this new thing that we're going to all of a sudden start seeing with teams that are outside of the top 20 in the talent composite rankings that 247 puts together every single year. teams like that making it to a national championship, because the only team outside of the top 10 that has been able to do that so far, since that's been tracked starting in 2015, was Clemson. And Clemson had Deshaun Watson. So it's like, all right, well, that's a little bit of an equalizer. But TCU is just truly a one of one, and those will be the narratives, absolutely. And Georgia, if it repeats, first team in a decade to do so, first team in the playoff era to do so, they'd be worthy of that. And I've been holding off on that because I think what Alabama has done in the last 10 plus years is just something that I don't think we'll ever see again in college football. But I do think that Georgia would be worthy of that type of storyline, and to be in this spot where, Kirby, before the age of 50, having already repeated as a national champ, would just be an unbelievable feat. Only 3 teams since 1980 have done that. And I think that Kirby is 60 minutes of quality football away from being able to get that done.
I'll reference Spurs and Heat, the way the Spurs won their NBA championships and the Heat in a short period of time. Can you have 2 dynasties going on at the same time?
It's a great question. I don't think we can call Alabama a dynasty currently. That's not what they are. Like
they haven't gone 3 years without a national championship, Connor.
Right. It's almost like they're in their own category, though. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like.
But they won the 2020 national championship, and they were ahead in the national championship title game last year.
I know, but if 2018, obviously the blowout in the national championship game, 2019, you don't get there. I don't know. It's a little bit tougher to say that, just because I always feel like to be considered a dynasty, it's like 3 and 5 years or something like that. I don't know what the unofficial thing is. I always just use whatever it is that we use for the Blackhawks in the early 2010s, and I said that's the cutoff for a dynasty, and they won 3 and I guess a 6-year stretch. But yeah, to me, I still think that Georgia would be in dynasty territory if they were to be able to get it done this year. But I don't know. I don't know if you can have 2, because then you could say that Clemson was a dynasty in the latter part of the 2010s, and you had 2 dynasties going on at the same time between Clemson and Alabama. I don't know. It's tricky. Dynasties we need to define them probably a little bit better.
And that's what you stumbled into. We have no true definition for a dynasty.
But I mean, you can't.
Sometimes it's obvious.
Spurs won 5 and 10 years.
I thought it was 5 and 15.
I thought it was 5 and 10,
okay,
but I don't follow the NBA. I was surprised. I remember the Spurs were that good myself. I just feel like that. I'm gonna consider Georgia a dynasty if they win back to back, man. Yeah, and where they are. So yes, but I feel like Alabama's still in a dynastic position. I don't even know if that's a word, but
it
I like
very
it.
Smart though.
Yeah.
Count
it. Yeah.
Count it. I'll allow it.
Give me 2. Beep beep. We make this around the horn.
All right, read everything about the game, all his thoughts on the SEC and everything at Saturday Down South. He is Connor O'Gara. You can also follow him on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. Thank you very much for the time, Connor. Enjoy the game.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, and more on the story we wanted to spend a little bit more time on than with Connor there on Damar Hamlin, after we tell you our friends at Hemphill is there for you, plumbing, cooling, heating, all that stuff that goes on in your house when it doesn't work right. It is a big headache, right? It can piss you off. You wake up and you're like, oh, my God. Why is this toilet clogged? Why is the dishwasher leaking to my kitchen floor? All that can be solved with one call.
Yeah, and for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call for our friends at Hemphill Services. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated since 1954. The name that Birmingham has trusted. It's an independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back to the story that Brownie brought up with the NFL and what is going on with Damar Hamlin. And he, as Brown reported, made considerable amount of improvements over the last 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah, and the Bills have now confirmed the reports that Ian Rappaport had that he did FaceTime with his team, so his breathing tube is out, breathing on his own. The neurological situation appears very good. Scott is showing you some of the tweets there. And, the fact that on Friday morning he is FaceTiming with his team, in my view, and people have different beliefs is nothing short of a miracle from God. I mean, I thought we were watching a guy die in real time, just to be honest with you.
I thought he was dead Monday night. I did.
His uncle said he died twice on the field.
Yeah, you hate to say that, but I think everybody's view was we just watched the first NFL player, at least in our time, die right there on the field.
Yeah, and you know, even well after it was over into Scott Van Pelt's coverage on SportsCenter, my wife, you know, I'm just sitting there watching it when they don't really have anything new to say. And she said, what are you watching for right here? And I said, I'm just watching that I hope there's some good news. Like, hey, they've got him stable at the hospital or something. I felt like I just watched a guy die in real time, and I just can't get past that.
Yeah, in front of 70,000 people in a national television audience, and his teammates.
You know, weird things happen
and
in
his mom
situations like this.
Yeah,
you remember we talked about Hank Gathers. We brought him up as one of these athletes that just at peak condition, the height of their life, their sporting career just died. And I go back to that Loyola team and that magical run they had in the NCAA tournament. Look, and they didn't finish the deal, but I was talking to Dunaway before the show. As much as I like this Bengals team, you've just got the feeling now with everything behind Buffalo that they're going to have this momentum. And I could see this magical ride, and I could see our first really public appearance from him being at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Can you imagine the emotion? And I mean, I got choked up just thinking about it earlier, the emotion in that FaceTime call. For those players who were so distraught they couldn't even finish a game, and him waking up and realizing that an entire nation that can't get unified about anything was unified behind him. I mean, I just cannot imagine the emotion involved in this.
Yeah, really an amazing story, and one you guys continue to be excited about, and it is something the football world in America has been watching on many different levels. When we come back, a question in the chat room for Brownie that you Alabama fans are concerned about. We will talk a little bit about that, where Trey Sanders ended up, and some interesting comments from Sonny Dykes about the Alabama running back who is now a horned frog. All that's coming up after LT tells us about our friend Dr. B, who's got his hair under that hat looking really good.
Yeah, my man Dr. B, look, if you see the hair start to fall out a little bit, you're just balding a little bit, be preemptive. Make the call to 205-319-0316. I went to see Dr. B months ago. Started that treatment. My hair's 14% thicker. Started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Tough loss for UAB last night. But if you take the win and the loss out, I hate the saying, I hate that anybody has to lose this game. But it was one of those basketball games where it was 41-41 at the half. There were 18 lead changes. I think UAB had a 7-point lead at one point in the second half. Both teams had 6-point leads, but it was never out of reach all night long. FAU wins it 88-86. Tough loss for UAB last night, but it was just one of those games that you watch and it was like, that was a damn good basketball game.
You know, if I would have told you, though, that UAB shoots 49%, 50% behind the arc, and they only have 9 turnovers, and Florida Atlantic starters are 12 of 28, 32 points from their starting lineup. How bad does UAB win this game?
Double digits.
Yeah, I mean, you think they win going away by 20-plus probably, but the problem is you get 56 bench points from Florida Atlantic.
I don't know. I don't know if FAU is a particularly tough place to play. Our weekly conversation with Jelly Walker is out. I should have asked Jelly this, but it slipped my mind. It's on our video channels there.
Small venue,
and it was packed last night.
Yep.
Because they got a really good team. FAU does.
2,900.
Is that all? Really?
That's the capacity. I mean, that's what it was last night. Was the attendance was 2,900.
And they tossed a guy sitting on the baseline, and I'm trying to remember times I've seen a guy tossed from any.
You talking about a fan?
Oh yeah. I mean, they showed it on the ESPN Plus. The referee's down on the baseline, and he holds everybody up, and he points at him and throws him out, and then he motions security over. And security comes over and walks the guy out, and the guy has to wait for, like, some family member to come over. So then they walk him. This is how small the arena is. They walk him right behind the FAU bench.
Right.
Like between the bleachers and the scorer's table.
Walk of shame.
No. And the cameras follow him the whole time. And he stops when he gets behind the FAU bench and just unfurls this string of, I guess, profanities at the referee. And then turns around and laughs with the cop. The cop's laughing at him.
Was it a college kid?
No, this is a grown man.
Yeah, but he was on the ref.
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this is a grown man. He was just wearing a hat and a quarter zip FAU pullover. Looked like a normal guy, but literally was sitting on the baseline. Like they have the primo seats on the baseline.
Yep.
He was in one of those, and he got tossed. It was like 7 minutes to go in the game, I think.
Yeah, it was a tough loss, but again, that was one of those games where would have been a great resume game for either winner. They'll play again at Bartow Arena later in the year. The CUSA playing a true round robin home and home. So I thought that was a fun basketball game last night. And the big story you were bringing up was the fact that John L. Davis comes off the bench and doubles his career high last night. His career high was 18. He scores 36 off the bench, and that's really the difference in the game.
Yeah, 18 in the first half, 18 in the second half for the sophomore. So an impressive performance there. And you just get the feeling one of these two teams is going to represent CUSA.
I would agree with
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
And they'll have a rematch at Bartow, Dusty May's team. It is Dusty May that played in Indiana, by the way. I asked you that before.
That's a quick turn, man.
Yeah.
He's
What?
fairly young, right?
Yeah, he's been the coach there. This is his 4th season at FAU.
So what would he be, 30?
He's pretty young. I think he played in Indiana late 90s, early 2000s. So you do the math here. I'll look it up. I got a computer right here in front of me.
Put him in his 30s.
Late 30s.
Yeah. But he's got a good,
probably 41.
41, you say.
Played at Indiana, graduated Indiana in 2000. Was a UAB assistant, by the way. I guess this was on Murray's staff, 07 through 09. Or was that Mike? Who was the coach then at UAB? Anyway, he was a UAB assistant back in the day.
So he's 44.
Yeah. Good future for that guy.
Yeah, he's doing a good job at FAU because they were 38 in the Ken Palm going into that game, 39 in the Ken Palm going into that game. Tough loss for UAB. They get a lesser opponent in FIU in that package trip to South Florida down there. They play that tomorrow. Alabama at home with Kentucky, 12 noon tomorrow. Arkansas at Auburn tomorrow night in basketball. To football questions from you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room right after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling.
Hey, the weekend is here. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka. You can get it at your local package store, including Pink Package, the Beverage Place, ABC stores in 20 states. Wherever you're listening, at least ask for it by name. Right here in Birmingham, it's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Let us know if you've got a bottle of Redmont Vodka. Tag us on it. Send us pictures.
Tag us on social media that
we'd
have a
love to
bottle of
send them to
Redmont.
our buddy Chuck.
Okay, yeah. If you're drinking Redmont this weekend, hit us up on there. I may get one going for us. A little tagline with Redmont vodka. If you're drinking
Will you
Redmont
drink one this
weekend.
morning? I'll make you a mimosa or a screwdriver.
I'm good right now.
Do we
man.
have all the elements for a mimosa or a screwdriver?
Well, mimosa, I misstepped there. That's actually champagne or prosecco.
Yeah, but you made me a nice little orange juice and vodka is what you're saying. I'm going to pass on that right
we
now.
got it.
My daily weight update. I am 0.2 pounds away from being back under 200 pounds for the first time.
Goal number 1 in sight.
Since before Thanksgiving.
Wow.
So that's the first milestone. So
how'd you lose that weight?
been using my friends at Weight of Wellness.
Okay.
I dropped that down. So 200.2 is where I set this morning. Started Monday off at 204.7
Here's the problem for you. You're a bachelor right now, right?
for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That bachelor living will add some.
I bet you
some
gained
LBs.
10 pounds.
I bet I don't. I mean, it's hard for me to gain 10 pounds.
You don't think you could do it this weekend if you really wanted to?
I could, but I would get it off by next Thursday. Yeah, I would sit on the old outhouse hole, just sit out there for a while. But hey, my weight loss has started. I hope you guys can join me in that as well. We'll tell you more about Weight of Wellness in a little bit. LT leads me down these roads. The 2 things I wanted to get to before we get to the top of the hour and talk to Peter Burns. One, Michael and others over in the chat room asking Brown, since you're our Mississippi correspondent.
I was on Richard Cross's show yesterday.
You're always on a show in Mississippi every week, it seems like.
It is weird.
So you tell me, Pete Golding to Ole Miss, is there any legs to that rumor that's on every message board?
No, I would say nothing but rumors right now. The Mississippi side of the rumor is, and I cannot remember his name, the Ole Miss defensive coordinator. I was about to look it up.
Chris Partridge?
I think that is right, Dunaway. It was so wild that you pulled that out of thin air right there. Good job out of you.
Everybody remembers his gut against
Well, I
Kentucky.
do remember that.
You know what's amazing? If LT had said it, he would not have said that at all because
That's
LT
right.
remembers everything.
Yeah, I
but if
trust
I
him.
said, the old guy on the show, the ageism continues.
Yeah. Chris Partridge, old man, is correct, Jim. Wipe your mouth. You got one right. Chris Partridge.
I mean, the gaslighting this guy does all the time.
Gaslighting.
On the show, in meetings, in public.
Yeah. So this guy, I mean, the rumor over there is he was told it might be a good time for you to find another job, and that Lane Kiffin has interest in
Pete Golding. They're friends.
And Pete Golding, yeah. I mean, they're friends. Yeah, the Kiffin would have interest there. That if Partridge were out of the way, he would have interest in Pete Golding. Yes,
I mean, I believe Kiffin and Sark are the same people almost. And, and Sark wanted to hire Pete Golding at Texas when he left. And
there's still that potential, one day.
Now, I apologize for this. I haven't gotten a chance to listen to Bama and Bourbon. Did Aaron address Did you guys get into that, like the potential departure of both Bill O'Brien and Pete Golding?
We did. Now, I don't know what was said off air and on air.
I know what was said off air. I was going to avoid that, but what was said on air?
Well, it's really easy. Just go watch Bama and Bourbon and find out what was said.
Yeah,
that's a good tease.
Yeah, don't give away the milk. Okay. Go watch the cow.
That's a good tease.
Yeah.
Get the milk for free.
Bama and Bourbon right there on all our video platforms. It's out, and so too is the Mystery Fifth Hour.
Yeah, but you got to think if Nick Saban had a targeted guy, he wouldn't mind Pete Golding stepping away either and him not having to fire him.
That
was the other half of that. Yes.
Exactly. So the other thing is Trey Sanders, who came in with such promise at Alabama, one of the top recruits in Nick Saban's time there. He's a great running back who was coming to Alabama, 5-star guy, was going to play his true freshman year, got injured in camp going into the season. I remember I was on the golf course when the news came down he had been injured, and he missed a year. He had the car accident with more damage. Trey Sanders, who went into the portal, is at TCU. That's where he's going to go, to Texas Christian, Texas kid, back in Texas, going to TCU. And then Sonny Dykes gives this comment. And we've talked our way up against the top of the hour here, but I want you to tell me what Sonny Dykes says. This is the weirdest comment I've ever heard about a guy coming to your program.
Well, there's two things, and I will do it, and we can get to it at the top if you want. But
we got Peter Burns at the top.
Well, the quote was, this is coming from TCU coach Sonny Dykes, "We expect to compete against Alabama, not only in recruiting, but on the field." He went on to say, so the thing you don't want to do is start taking a bunch of players at Alabama that can't play for them, because in theory, they shouldn't be able to play for you either.
Well, guess what? You just did.
That is the worst comment I have ever heard about. You just got to recruit there.
This
from
is why
Alabama.
It's hard to pull for TCU on Monday night. I mean, he's already putting themselves in the class, and you can tell your guys that. You can say that on the recruiting trail, but to come out nationally and say, not only are we competing against Alabama on the field, but in recruiting.
If I was Trey Sanders, I would turn around and go somewhere else.
I think I probably
just
would
for
too.
that. Just
Complete
for that.
shot.
Somebody on TCU's schedule there for next year. I was about to say hook 'em horns, but they're not in the game. Hunker down, you hairy dogs, against TCU and that kind of comment. Come on, Sonny. I mean, that's a direct shot at Trey Sanders as he joins your program there.
JoJo Earl
couldn't get on the field there. I mean, come on.
No, I mean, think about it. He's taken JoJo Earl, Tommy Brockermeyer, guys that weren't on the field much, and now Trey Sanders not on the field because of injuries, and then he comes out with that comment. That's a direct shot at all three of those guys.
Unbelievable comment from Sonny Dykes. We'll try to bring it back up a little bit later on. Peter Burns is up next with us. Our friends at Cowan Equipment brings us our poll questions every day. We'll get into the poll questions later on. No time for that now. Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 on the live Friday show of The Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everyone else here getting ready for a great NFL weekend, and then Monday night's national championship game where the SEC is back there. Headlines quickly. Last night, UAB loses to FAU down in South Florida. Great game, 88-86. Bama hosting Kentucky tomorrow. Arkansas is at Auburn. Chris Beard fired at Texas, and Sam Hartman confirms it. He's off to Notre Dame.
Hey, as we go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline to talk to our buddy Peter Burns, a reminder they are introducing the Coachman Freedom Express line at the Coleman store. That's the Exit 304 store on I-65. You can own it for $249 a month with approved credit. Great RV there at Johnston RV Center. See everything online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Don't forget RV warranty forever, lifetime warranties on all new models and used models under 2 years old. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Peter Burns, SEC Network, Sirius XM Radio, and ESPN with us now. What's up, Burnsy? How are you?
I need one of those Johnston RVs because the amount of people I've heard that can't get flights from Atlanta to LA, like the amount of people that are actually flying to Las Vegas and then trying to figure out how to get from Vegas and do the 4.5 hour jaunt. Like they should have the whole Johnston RV just have like a whole like slate of them ready to go. I don't know. It's going to be weird. The whole non-tailgating there, the whole LA vibe. I'm wondering how many Bulldog fans are just going to be like, you know what? We won one last year. We're just going to chill here and watch it in the nice part of our own home.
So, what's the flight situation though? I mean, I thought you could get any flight out.
I don't
of
know if you
Atlanta.
know this air travel is a pain in the ass.
It's a pain right now. But I mean, what are they? Have they dropped flights? What's the deal?
I know. I think it's just a matter of all of the early flights. Dan Mullen was talking about this over on SiriusXM yesterday, saying that he had to go for ESPN, and he's trying to find out like what the hell kind of airport he needs to fly out of just to get there, because the amount of dog fans. I mean, I can't imagine American Airlines or anybody came in and said, or Delta saying, hey, let's add a bunch of these things in. And so now people are starting to have to fly into other airports and other destinations and make the road trip out to LA. So I think they'll do it, obviously. I mean, TCU fans have got to be fired up about it. And that's the one thing I keep coming back to, guys, on this game is if it wasn't Georgia and if it wasn't an SEC team, how much I'd be pulling for this TCU team to actually win. Like Max Duggan is a really likable guy. The story of them going 5-7 and all of a sudden making the college football playoffs, much less playing for a national championship, like we were told that this would never going to be happening again, right? With the lack of parity and all the big boys in the sport, like this is truly America's team. And I'm kind of conflicted as we go into Monday because I'm obviously pulling for Georgia. I want to see another SEC title, but damn, what a storyline it would be if TCU was able to win this thing.
I don't know why, Peter, but I was a little surprised. Going into the season, I didn't see Georgia completely running the table and being back in this situation just because of the attrition. I mean, 15 guys to the NFL. I don't think people are giving Kirby Smart enough credit.
Yeah, I think one of the things too, Lance, about what Kirby's done a really good job in the media, I think, in my mind, of reminding people that this was a completely different team. Just like you talked about, like, this is not just the continuation of last year. In fact, it's vastly, drastically different than last year's team, and to kind of handle it as such. And to appreciate that a lot of these guys haven't been in these positions, right? Stetson has, right? A couple of these players had been there, but this is, playmakers. This is brand new for a lot of these guys, and they should be celebrated that way. So, yeah, I mean, again, I look at this and I'm thinking, man, Kirby wins this one. That'll give him 2 titles by the age of 47. And in today's world, you have the early signing period, which Georgia continues to clean up on. You've got the transfer portal, which they haven't had to dive into a bunch, but this year they just did with Dominic Lovick and Robert Tavis, right? 2 great wide receivers, and now a second signing day. Like, how is Kirby ever going to miss here? Like, how is he ever going to have a season in which he goes, well, okay, we're back to 8-4? Like, I don't see that anytime soon in Athens.
I'm interested on Brock Bowers. Seemed like he missed parts of contributions in the semifinal game. Everybody was watching the game, even on the broadcast. They were like, man, where's Brock Bowers? Why aren't they trying to target Brock Bowers? Doesn't it feel like you can't keep Superman down for 2 games? Like, this is set up for him maybe to be the MVP of the national championship game?
Yeah, especially with Darnell Washington, if he's not 100%, remember they say he's going to be a true game time decision. I know from talking to some people across over there, they're hoping Darnell can play, but they're not necessarily 100%. It literally is, hey, are you healthy enough to go and work out or warm ups that day? But the Brock Bowers thing, from what I was told, I think he was a little bit, along with some of the other players, under the weather coming in that week. Remember, there's been a ton of people across the country been sick around the holidays, and that might have played a little bit of a role of him not even having that opportunity to play at 100%. I can't imagine that offense doesn't go through Brock Bowers to a certain extent. It kind of feels like, if for no other reason, that kind of gets the engine going. But I think whether it was him not being 100%, I also think there was a very big a want behind Todd Monken to go after the wide receivers early and get them involved in that game. To a certain extent, just so Ohio State could back off of Washington, back off of McIntosh, back off of Edwards a little bit more. Now, it didn't necessarily work until the 4th quarter when they really were backs up against the wall. But, I mean, again, there's not really any type of matchup in this game, guys, other than the underdog role, that I look at TCU and saying, okay, yeah, I mean, this is where I'm worried about Georgia in this game.
Peter Burns is with us. You see him on the SEC Network and ESPN. Hear him on Sirius XM Radio. At Peter Burns ESPN on Twitter is where you follow him. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Everybody that consumes this show knows we never miss a chance to talk basketball during football season. Give us the Peter Burns power rankings right now. You do like 2, 3, 4, 5 in the SEC. Whatever number you want to do, how would you power rank the SEC teams from what you've seen right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 I think that stand out. I think it's Tennessee, just because of, between Vescovi and Olivia Kamwa right now is playing a whole lot better basketball. And now that he's 100% healthy, and Rick Barnes always has this kind of like, hey, this team mentality. Tennessee strikes me as a team that has a ton of talent, but also plays like one of these mid-majors that have all these guys that have been there for 25 years. So to me, Tennessee is the team to beat. You look at what they did, the beatdown they put on a Mississippi State, especially in Knoxville. That was awesome. And then Alabama, as long as Brandon Miller's playing, I mean, that guy's so damn fun to watch. Like he's, everybody was talking about, Jabari last year at Auburn and how good he was. Like, to me, Brandon Miller's the guy that you look at going, this is a quintessential NBA star that we're getting to see at least for 1 year. And so now that him and Sears have been a great 1-2 punch, I mean, that's fantastic. I would have put Arkansas in that list, guys, but the problem is Nick Smith. I don't think he's going to come back. Like, I'd be surprised. It seems like he's not, they've been worried about his knee. Had he got there, and Eric Musselman told me on air a couple of days ago, going, we put our whole offense around Nick Smith and what he was going to bring to this team. And we don't have them any longer. So I think they can retool with some success, but I don't think they could be upper echelon like Tennessee and like Arkansas can't be it right now.
A team we'll see in the league in a couple of years just fires their head coach and Chris Beard. And, you know, Peter, if you would have told me a couple of months ago, I would be completely shocked. I thought Chris Beard was going to have a top 10 program for the next decade. I think he's that good of a head coach. With that said, Chris Del Conte's got the job of going out and trying to replace him now. And we talked about Nate Oates, Bruce Pearl. These are guys that have been mentioned. Eric Musselman. How many of those guys would take the Texas job, do you think?
It's interesting because, I mean, you got to realize, are you going up to that place because it's not working, right? I mean, like Bruce has been at Auburn. He's had a whole lot of success. He's got that place ripping. Okay. I mean, it's worked at Auburn, even though I don't think the team is as good as it has been in the past. Same thing, like the Brandon Millers of the world are going to Alabama. Now the Nate Oates situation is interesting simply for the fact of, hey, do you want to be out, you know, like I know Texas is somewhat of a football school, but they haven't had the same amount of success, but Alabama hoops is probably always going to be, I mean, it will be underneath the shadow of Alabama football. Is that a place that he would want to go to have a little bit more notoriety? Possibly. I think Eric Musselman loves Fayetteville. I'm like, every coach that I've ever talked to that lives in Fayetteville is like, why the hell do I ever want to live any other place in the world? They like Hunter Yurachek. They like it. So I'd probably put Nate Oates maybe at the top of that list. You know, and I mean, it goes to show you how crazy things change, right? I mean, Chris Beard was going to be that guy. I thought he was going to have a lot of success. He's gone. And then you start thinking about college sports in general. Like, think about this bigger picture. 5 years ago, okay, this is coming off the heels of Hugh Freeze and what happened at Ole Miss when he was let go. If 5 years down the road, I would have told you Hugh Freeze is at Auburn, DJ Durkin after the situation at Maryland is in the SEC, and now Bobby Petrino is back in the SEC. Like, that's like, can't even write a book. Like, that's stranger than absolute fiction. Yet here we are in 2022, 23, and all of these things are coming to fruition.
I'd love to know what you think of that relationship of Jimbo and Petrino there. I mean, that does seem like two veteran coaches who call plays their own way, and now one of them or both of them have to give a little bit. Do you think that's a recipe for disaster or success?
All I know is a recipe for great content, boys. I mean, I'm like, to me, I saw this and I was like, thank you. Like, my biggest question, and I don't know, I'm glad you used the word relationship. I don't know the relationship between those two. I haven't really heard any kind of things. They're like, oh, they've worked together this, or they have this great rapport that they talk in the off season. My biggest question about the Petrino A&M deal is that, remember, we saw this report like about a month ago, didn't we? That, you know, it was first out there, and I remember tweeting going, this league, right? Like, how crazy would it be for Petrino to come back? And then it cooled down. And then all of a sudden he takes the job at UNLV, and then now is over at Texas A&M. So what didn't strike a month ago when A&M first looked at Bobby Petrino that now all of a sudden, hey, Bobby Petrino is our guy? I mean, I can't imagine it was because A&M didn't have the money. They didn't want to offer him. Was it a matter of Jimbo went after other guys and nobody said yes, and so they finally circled back around to Bobby Petrino? Like, I'm really intrigued to know more of the backstory of why it took a month and Petrino taking another job to get him over to College Station. And I will say I like it because he's a good offensive mind. And on the flip side of it, I think Jimbo needed to have somebody that was going to take any kind of crap from Jimbo as his OC. Like, I can't imagine Bobby Petrino is going to let Jimbo Fisher walk all over him. And had Jimbo hired some young gun offensive coordinator on the up and up, I don't know if Jimbo wouldn't have just, let me take over the reins. Right? Like, we saw that a little bit with Malzahn, and maybe it was Lashley or other play callers. Like, let me hop back in here. I don't think Jimbo's going to do that, almost forcing himself to release the reins and just worry about him being the CEO. But man, if that thing goes 7-5 next year, like, whew, content, boys, content.
I do feel like that Bobby Petrino has a personal mantra that he must take 3 jobs within 5 years. So the 8 days at UNLV probably checked a couple of boxes for him.
It's weird. But again, like I said, when you talk about storylines about in the SEC, that it just means more. And again, that's the one reason why I was thinking about it there. Like, college athletics is all about the characters, right? Like we talked about that with Mike Leach. Like, when we lost Mike Leach, we lost a character. Bobby Petrino's a character. Like, I don't want Jim Harbaugh to go to the NFL because Jim Harbaugh makes college sports better because I have somebody, to either love or hate that's going to create a headline. Like, I don't have a feeling about Ryan Day. Like, do you guys?
No,
like, Ryan Day
Ryan
Day's a coach at Ohio State, but he does nothing for me. And like loving him or hating him, he's fine. Like, college athletics is never going to be as good as professional athletics, right? But to me, the reason why we love it so much is because the cast of characters. And damn, if Petrino and Jimbo and DJ Durkin haven't created a interesting Avengers type cast of characters there in College Station.
Do you think Ryan Day dyes his beard?
Oh, 100%.
It's very just for Minish, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
really dark. It's like an old G.I. Joe beard.
Yeah, right. Like I don't know how much I trust it. And what a weird deal. Like, I wonder if he's the one that, now here's the conspiracy. What if Ryan Day's the one that landed an Ohio State recruit and found out that Jim Harbaugh met with him during the COVID regulations, and he's the one who threw Jim Harbaugh underneath the bus to the NCAA. So therefore, Jim Harbaugh ends up getting suspended from the NCAA, and that's the reason why he might potentially go to the NFL. That would be an amazing storyline. I want to be true.
And a perfectly believable college football storyline. Yeah.
If he had had that beard his entire coaching life and had not been clean shaven to start with, it would almost be like Clark Kent's glasses.
Yeah.
That I feel like he only wore the beard at work and he took it off when he got home, and his wife had no clue he was the coach at Ohio State.
Yeah, typically people have that one thing, but he's got the bags under the eyes, the really rosy cheeks, and the G.I. Joe beard.
It looks like sometimes it looks like like what an AI, like if you put it into a computer program, what an AI person would see, like who's a villain college football coach, and you're like,
That's right.
Here it is, Ryan Day.
Yep.
He looks like when they bring out the college football EA Sports again, he looks like a generic coach you would create on the college football to coach your program.
Yeah. Do you want a beard? Yes or no? Yeah,
Yes.
I want a beard.
Yeah,
Well,
rosy
that's
cheeks.
beard.
Yes.
How would I ever have that beard?
Yeah.
One thing the chat room loves doing is dissecting the backdrops of our video guest. And Tommy says Pete is definitely a Stream Song fan. It was over his left shoulder. Now he's moved.
We got the house divided there. We got all the other ones. This is you guys knew this.
Yeah, we've seen the Mike Tyson. I like that one. But
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, they were commenting on, I think you had Stream Song Black and Red up there, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, Stream Song Black and Red. And actually, this is the real interesting piece right here. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl Challenge in 2016. We see Ole Miss coach Hugh Freeze. We see Gus Malzahn at Auburn, Steve Spurrier at South Carolina, Dan Mullen at Mississippi State, Frank Beamer at Virginia Tech, Tom Herman over at Houston. So that thing has been dated for a couple of years.
Wow, a lot of autographs. So I like it.
And everybody's got around. Nick and Kirby, you guys stand in the front. Everybody else get around you.
Yeah, all you guys that won't have these jobs, you stand
But
around.
no,
Nick and
but
Kirby.
that wasn't even Kirby. That was Nick, because at Kirby in 2016, he was just happy to be there. Like, real quick story before I go.
Yeah.
So I go to that event, and Hugh Freeze ends up winning it. And this is the first year that Kirby Smart had played in it. And so as I'm leaving up the 18th green, I go to use the restroom. I'm following Kirby, and Kirby meets like the head guy that's running the tournament. I think he's like not the CEO, but one of the big wigs at Chick-fil-A, because that's who sponsored it. And Kirby's like, hey, man, let's just talk about these handicaps, because I play a lot of golf with Hugh, and Hugh is not a 7 handicap. Let's be honest. He's kind of joking around about it, and they're kind of laughing or whatever. So I go use the restroom. I'm back like 3 or 4 minutes later. I walk down, and Kirby mid-sentence is like, but I'm just telling you, like, we got to do the handicap thing different. Like, it's not right that he plays that good and he's a 7 handicap. I mean, like, at this point, Kirby is getting animated with like this head C-level exec who probably has nothing to do with the actual golf tournament. It was like that moment that I realized, like, Kirby Smart's got something in him, like a loose wire when it comes to competitiveness, that if he's going to act like this on a golf course about Hugh Freeze's handicap, buddy, just wait until college football comes up. And now, look, 7 years later, he's going for back-to-back.
He's figured out how to channel it. There's no doubt.
That'll be my next question to Kirby. You more worried about Hugh Freeze recruiting violations or golf handicap? Golf handicap, yes.
Oh. All right, go follow Burnsy on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. Watch him on the SEC Network, SiriusXM Radio. You can hear him there, ESPN Radio as well. Burnsy, thank you, man. Have a great weekend.
See you, boys.
All right, take care. Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing want to remind you that you can get a free no-cost roof inspection. That's right, free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation, with our buddy Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company now. It's a family business. You know, it dawned on me last night because he was out with his, I believe it's his second daughter, on her birthday last night. I think on Facebook or Instagram with Greg. He's got 10 children. But you think about it, with 10 kids, the kids, some of them are married with kids, so he's got some grandkids now. And the kids' spouses, I mean, him and his wife, it seems like every other week you got some kind of birthday obligation, right? You've got a birthday dinner at that point, right?
Birthday, Little League. I can't even imagine how chaotic his schedule is.
I mean, because you got 52 weeks. If you've got 9 grandkids, 10 kids, and 10, say 5 spouses, if that's just spread out over once,
it's every 2 weeks.
It's every 2 weeks.
That's a good point.
You've got a birthday obligation.
Yeah, the numbers start to add up, don't they?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, help Greg pay for those birthday dinners by letting him fix your roof when you got some storm damage. But he'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation or anything right there. All you have to do is jump on and call this number right here. It is 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook. It is Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. And if you're a veteran, he gives you some free services as well. Veteran, active service person, or in the reserves, he'll do some special things for you as well. Call him up, 205-542-3531, and Storm Restoration Roofing. Brown.
LT's neighbor in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Day was acting super weird in that playoff game. And Lance called it obnoxious.
Well, I think he was being a little obnoxious. Again, I was pulling for Ohio State. I thought he was being obnoxious.
Just in his reactions, which was uncharacteristic of him. I mean, he's right. It was a little bit out of his character from what I've seen of Ryan Day.
Maybe it was the biggest game in his career.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it was like a guy that might be feeling a little bit of the pressure that everybody has theoretically discussed.
In 2020, not a lot of people gave them a chance against Alabama, the way I remember it.
Oh, in 2020, no chance.
No. They had dominated Clemson, though, going into that game. Ohio State had. But this was, okay, you get a chance at redemption. You lose to Michigan. You don't even play for the Big Ten championship. You find a way to get into this college football playoff. You've got to not only be competitive, you've got to win one of these games.
And Michigan had lost earlier in the day, right? So you knew they were down. And if they had won that game, it almost erases the loss to Michigan, right?
Yeah.
You've got one loss to Michigan and then the second loss to Michigan, and then they lose the earlier. If you win that game, you're playing for a national championship. You just beat the big bad SEC. You exercise a lot of demons there.
And in a much, much, much smaller portion of that, what Bernsey just joked about, that was Ryan Day the guy that turned Harbaugh in, maybe not. But you can rest assured word had gotten back to them that was coming down. I mean, that didn't come out of nowhere yesterday. I'm sure the rumors are all over the place in the coaching industry. So just that little piece of it, too, that you saw this. I'm saying all of that would have added up together to saying, look, Michigan's flipped the script on me. There's no doubt. I could flip it right back in this one game.
Yep.
This one game could flip it right back on them.
There is no show cause for Jim Harbaugh, and there's no lack of institutional control. But there are 5 violations, 4 level 2 violations. Most of them deal with COVID-19 dead period, which is the same thing that got Herm Edwards in Arizona State.
Yep.
But the level 1 violation is lying and misleading information to the NCAA by Jim Harbaugh, the head coach, which, by the way, is what got Bruce Pearl at Tennessee.
Bruce Pearl is not the Auburn coach because he had a cookout. He's an Auburn coach because he thought he could cover it up. I mean, a lot of times the old saying is the cover up is worse than the crime. That's what Jim Harbaugh's just done here.
Yeah, but again, I think the NCAA, I think we all know, has got less power than it had back then.
There's zero doubt about that.
And I think Jim Harbaugh's got probably the most power he's ever had at Michigan.
Probably, but there's somebody there that doesn't like Jim Harbaugh. I was wrong on the AD. I asked Connor that question.
So you think this is leaked? Yeah,
I do think it was leaked, and there's somebody that doesn't like Jim Harbaugh. I don't know if it's a big booster or what. Somebody, maybe they're not happy with his flirtation over and over with the NFL. something's not checking all the boxes between Harbaugh and Michigan up there. We'll see how it plays out. But Michigan did get their notice of allegations yesterday with those violations. I don't think it will impact the football program at all. It could be some kind of penalty for Harbaugh for lying and misleading information to the NCAA, which they really frown on.
This does have that Pete Carroll feeling when he left USC.
Yeah, I mean, could it be the thing that drives him into the NFL? Yeah. That's the bigger story to me.
Our friends at the University of Montevallo can drive your son or daughter to greatness with a diploma from that wonderful institution. Montevallo.edu to get more information. Montevallo.edu. Small class sizes going to help your kids academically when you get there. That the one-on-one relationship with the professors can help them excel in the classroom. They have a wonderful campus life, sororities, fraternities, campus groups, just a lot of fun, great interaction with intramurals and such like that. Theater department with a new building, business department with a new building, broadcasting school, great facilities for sports, a new baseball facility there, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. If your kids want to continue playing sports in college, let them check out Montevallo as well. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour right now.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at Champy'sChicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Mansplain over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Any off-the-radar prospects for the state OC job? A couple of things there. One is Steve Spurrier Jr., who is on that staff and was very tied to learning the Mike Leach system. Wasn't going to be retained by Zach Arnett. He is now officially the new OC at Tulsa. So he gets his first OC job there at Tulsa. Rumors yesterday that Brown brought up that Kendall Briles of Arkansas was in the mix to be at Mississippi State with Zach Arnett. Kendall Briles takes to social media yesterday afternoon after our show and says, I'm looking forward to 2023 with this guy. And it's a picture of him and KJ Jefferson together. So Briles is staying there.
Used the heck out of that leverage, though, didn't he?
He did.
Good for him.
And I've heard this nowhere. But I don't know if you guys have any insight on who it's going to be.
No, I do not, no.
I don't know any other names, but I would tell you one that I think will get a look, and that is Joe Craddock of Troy. OC at Troy, spent a little time at Arkansas.
He was at Arkansas at a bad time, unfortunately for him.
He was. He was there during some bad years with Chad Morris. But I think Joe Craddock will at least be in a conversation moving forward. We'll see if he ends up being a name that pops on some other SEC radars. Wonderful season there at Troy.
I was surprised, though, with the Spurrier Jr. development. And I don't know. I mean, the bowl game where he called plays didn't go well offensively. They had a poor offensive performance. I don't know if that was Illinois layoff. I mean, there were so many factors going into that game. But just from talking to Matt Wyatt, after the passing of Coach Leach, when Matt basically said, you know, a lot of people around here want you to give Arnett the job and retain Steve Spurrier as the offensive coordinator. Seemed like the popular move there.
Yeah, and most Mississippi State fans you talked to were very comfortable with Steve. Hey, we're going to be fine offensively because Spurrier knows this system.
That's right. I mean, he's come up with Leach. Leach trusted him.
And I didn't know this. I just saw in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. So Steve Spurrier Jr. took the OC job at Tulsa?
Yeah.
Yes. As I was just talking about, he's at Tulsa now.
What a
That'll
drop.
be his first OC job there because he wasn't being retained by Zach Arnett.
Arnett's putting his fingerprints on this program.
But if you are Steve Spurrier Jr., you just automatically assume that you were going to be the OC at Mississippi State.
I would have felt good about it, yeah.
And then the next thing you know,
But you wonder if, I mean, Dunaway, you're right. I think Arnett had probably already made this decision, but you wonder if they tore it up in the bowl game, if that would have changed anything. See, I wonder if Arnett's just looking to get out of the air raid business.
He is a defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, but, I mean, there again, Kendall Briles wasn't changing you much. Now, it's a different system.
It is.
But the Briles family offense can keep a defense out on the field a long time.
They can.
Now, often you're playing with a lot of points, so that's good, but you're out there a lot.
Yeah. I mean, there are different, sprouts off of that as well, but Art Briles and I think Chad Morris's old system.
Yeah.
In the real air raid, what Sonny Dykes runs at TCU, what Lincoln Riley runs at USC, they
can get your defense out on the field very quickly. I mean, but sometimes it's after the band is played, and you're fine with that, obviously. But there are times where it's a really quick 3 and out, and no time burned off the clock.
Seth says Spurrier Jr. was not popular in the Mississippi State chat boards. I don't know why, but he just was not. Thank you guys from the great folks at Mississippi who tune in on the show, our state fans everywhere. We appreciate you guys so much. Back in to a little college football conversation after we do our viewing menu today. Rockstar off today as he starts a little bit of his tour. That means we've got Tyler the intern, who I'm not sure we can call an intern if he's going to be filling in for Rockstar this much. We got to come up with a new title for you. It will not be Madden Champion, though, after watching you play a little bit.
I watched him yesterday.
Yeah.
This is where you, if you were had any comedic timing at all, you said, "I'll go with Tyler the Great."
How about the Double Down employee, formerly known as Tyler the Intern?
Tyler just hired himself.
Yeah. Did I miss a memo?
Well, welcome to the family, I guess.
New life art for Tyler, who is trying to be employee number 11.
New life
I like
art,
his ambition,
bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 for more information. You can view his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
All right, so first up we've got 7 p.m. on AMC. We've got the 1974 classic Jaws starring Richard Dreyfuss.
one of Lance's 75.
Wow.
Oh, I had 74 on here.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just cleaning it up.
All right. And then we've also got
Well, you're going off memory. I have a feeling Tyler did research on this.
75.
And then we've also got a new premiere on Netflix. It's a show called Pressure Cooker. The description is, as 11 chefs face off in the recognizable format of timed competitions and international ingredients, the thing that puts a spin on the menu is that these chefs live together, judge one another's plates, and have the power to vote each chef into victory or defeat.
Wow.
In the end, the winner gets $100,000 and the satisfaction that they are personally as respected as their food.
Well,
the
it's like-
tagline for this is Hell's Kitchen meets Big Brother.
That's what I was going to say. Big Brother meets something. I can't figure out what it was.
Big Brother and Hell's Kitchen. That's a good
You
combination.
guys were Big Brother guys. I
Early
watched
on, yeah.
Hell's Kitchen for the first couple of seasons. Really enjoyed it. There's a lot of cooking shows out there, and I watched The Menu last night, and I thought it was really good. Now, the second half got a little it got a little chaotic for me. I need to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Yeah, it's like a smart horror movie, I feel
Oh,
like.
it was, and
It's
I
not
was
about,
laughing
like,
out
blood
loud
and
at
gore or
parts.
anything. Yeah.
And, the roommate's like, why are you laughing at that? And I'm like,
That was
well,
hilarious, too.
Well, I was in the service industry, too. And so there's a lot of satire there.
What movie are you speaking of?
The Menu.
The Menu.
And Ray
Okay.
Fiennes is unbelievable. in
He's
it.
incredible. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind him even getting nominated for an Oscar for it.
Yeah, he probably will. He's up for a Golden Globe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Dave suggests pop star for Tyler. We got Rockstar and pop star. That Tyler's more like
Metal-
You're
metal
death
star.
metal, aren't you?
Yeah.
Not so much death metal, but pretty much every other kind of metal. I don't like the growling.
Yeah. Okay. Tyler, he's a non-growler. Yes.
Bobby, by the way, Tyler with the self-gloss. Rack him. Really good. I'm okay with just calling you number 11. If you end up getting a paycheck here at some point, then you'll be number 11 on the employee number list up here. Tyler, thanks for filling in there. By the way, Kevin says, and correct us if we're wrong here, 74 novel, 75 movie.
Yeah. That's
Have you ever
fair.
read the novel, the Peter Benchley novel?
No,
Was
and
Peter
it's
Benchley.
It's Peter Benchley, and it's completely there are like major different parts of the movie Jaws in the novel.
Yeah. So like, and I'm always fascinated by that because like Shawshank Redemption came from just a short story by Stephen King, but it's
Right.
such a long in-depth movie to come from a short story. And like I'm watching Justified for the first time now on Lance's recommendation. And I appreciate him recommending that because my wife and I have loved Justified. And it's based on an Elmore Leonard novel.
Short story.
I'm sorry. Yeah, short
Fire
story.
in the Hole.
But I mean, we're 6 seasons, I think,
Yeah.
in Justified. And they're about to do a 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, all you do is Elmore
just
Leonard
create the
created
characters.
a great character,
and I go
then
from
they
there.
roll with that.
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
All right, so that's what Tyler, the Great, is watching tonight on television, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We appreciate them being with us in 2023 as we get ready to roll into another college football weekend. I wanted to circle back to the Trey Sanders commitment with Sonny Dykes. And not to pile on Sonny Dykes. We'll have a chance maybe to do that later on. But, Tyler, if you give me cut number 4, man, cut number 4. This is Dykes yesterday. You think he's really sowing his oats, that he's starting to feel himself a little bit as the head coach at TCU.
Well, he's always come across as this humble, hey, look, I'm happy to be here, man.
Yeah, until this year.
Until now? Well, I haven't really, I got to be honest with you. Until late in the year, I didn't even really pay much attention to him. I've watched the team. So.
Right. But for Sonny Dykes, if he does what he says in the soundbite, he's going to be better off than some people who get to this situation, specifically Jim Harbaugh last week. Here is head coach Sonny Dykes about what he'll try to do Monday night against Georgia.
Look, it's a national championship game. It's a hard thing to get to. There's a lot of guys that have been, Hall of Fame, legendary coaches that have never gotten to this point in their career. And so this is a hard thing to get to. It's a very important game. You don't get a chance to do this every year. But at the same time, look, we're going to do exactly what we've done every game up to this point. We're going to prepare the best we can. We're going to play really hard. Our guys are going to play tough. They're going to, not revel in the success, and they're not going to, dwell in the failure that happens during the game. They're going to go out and they're going to play their very best, and they're going to play hard for 60 minutes, and they're going to do their job, and they're going to hopefully like the outcome of it. And that's the goal, and it's kind of been our mantra since the very beginning is, look, man, go do your job for 60 minutes, play as hard as you can, and when the game's over, look up at the scoreboard and see who won. And I think that's been our approach from the very beginning, and it certainly has to be our approach Monday night.
Okay, so 2 things there. First, the backside. Jim Harbaugh was not himself in that game. He tried to do things differently than what got him into the national semifinal game. For TCU, they they need to stick by the way they play football. They need to try to be physical with Georgia, even though Georgia on paper is a more physical team. TCU on paper was not as physical as Michigan, but when that game was over with, you left going, TCU beat Michigan on both sides of the trenches.
I think this TCU team, although, the kind of the theme of this team has been comebacks. I mean, we've seen it all year long. They didn't have to do that. They were out front of Michigan 21-6. So they didn't come back in that situation. I think we will know by the end of the first quarter whether or not TCU is going to be in this football game. Because we had, I don't know, I think it was Klatt talking about they're going to be taking shots early because Quentin Johnston is the type of receiver that gives Georgia a lot of problems. And you look at this Georgia defense over the last couple of games. Against LSU, they give up 30 points, over 7.5 yards per play. Against Ohio State, they give up 41 points, over 7 yards per play. If this defense is giving up big plays and TCU is one of the best at it, we'll know in the first quarter. We'll know if we've got a game.
You think TCU baited Michigan into their style of play is what you're saying. Jim Harbaugh got away from who he was. It felt like TCU sucked them in somehow.
He did that early on. He sucked them. In basketball terms, they played the game at TCU's pace of play. They not necessarily pace of play, but their style of basketball, or in this case, style of football. But I think what surprises people is, and Sonny has said this before, the reason he was optimistic about this team is when he got there, he looked at the offensive line and said, "Ooh, we got a chance to be pretty good. We got 5 really good offensive linemen here. One of those transfer in,
and of course that's where it starts. Yeah,
we got a pretty good little offensive line, and they were better than Michigan, pushing them around, and so much so that." On the defensive side, Michigan's great offensive line, they started trying to throw the ball more to try to, loosen up TCU's front.
So you think they dictated the terms of the game to Michigan?
100%.
Do you think Ohio State dictated the terms of the game to Georgia?
To some degree, yes.
Do you think LSU dictated the terms of the game to Georgia?
I do not. No.
Okay.
I think LSU was playing catch-up.
Even though they scored a lot of points.
That was still a blowout.
Yeah, that was a blowout. So
it was 35-7.
I think on the other side, though, I think Jim Harbaugh and Michigan were a little cocky coming into this game. I know they said it was a business trip.
They were.
But running the Saturday special or the Philly special, on the first possession when you're down inside of the 2-yard line, that's not Michigan football.
I mean, kicking that field goal would have been that's what you do. Jim Harbaugh was there.
Or run between the tackles. It's just they got off their game plan because I think they thought they could be a little cocky and win this game.
So Kirby, it took him a while to live down the fake punt against Alabama in the 2018 SEC championship game.
Right. You know what he was doing there? Out of character.
Well, I know, and that was the point I was getting to make. And you know what allowed Kirby to live that down is he's won a national championship and he may win another one. And the more of those you win, the less people talk about coaching snafus, coaching gaffes. Jim Harbaugh, I think, is going to wear that, even though it was the first possession of the game, he's going to wear that play for a little while until he wins a championship. Because that play was emblematic of him getting out-coached in that game. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
I mean, you didn't even like him going for it. Lance and I are okay with him going for it.
Yeah.
The
play call was terrible.
None of us liked the play call. I mean, even if you were like, I didn't like him going for it, but hey, he called a heck of a play, you hated the play call too.
I hated the play call. But to me, Jim Harbaugh in Michigan was kick the 3. We're the team you got to beat. We're going to take this 3 off the bat. We're going to kick it off. We're going to play defense. We may get 3, we may get 7 more. We're going to play from the lead, and they were behind the whole game. I was going to go back to what he was saying at the first part of the interview, but now I have to address Tyler over in the chat room. Tyler chatting up folks over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Tyler is saying if somehow he ends up being the 11th employee here at Double Down Media, that he will get number 11 tattooed on his body.
Well,
how many tats do you currently have?
I don't want to speak out of turn.
I'm at 3, about to be 4.
Okay, so you tatted up already. It's not your.
Has anybody discussed any money with you?
Oh boy.
I'm just
no.
wondering. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
What LT is saying is it's a bold leap from you.
I'm wondering where you came up with that.
He wants to be an employee. I don't blame him. Who doesn't want to work at Double Down Media?
I know.
You said about to be 4. Your number 11 is not the 4th tattoo. You've already got one in the plans, right?
Oh, no. I've already got an appointment for a different tattoo.
Okay.
So you currently have 3 tattoos on your body.
Yes.
Well, Tyler,
look, book my cover. I see him as a tattoo guy.
No, I can see it.
I don't. I look at you and I'm like, what are you, $112, $115? What do you weigh?
Probably about $130 now.
Yeah.
See, Dunaway equates
second Double
tattoos
Down
with
Media.
like people that have got to be in shape. I don't know if you go to a beach anytime soon. The majority of people aren't in shape and they've got tattoos.
I'm not saying. I mean, how many letters can you put on those arms? I mean, I don't know where your tattoos are, but I mean, are you just getting like a small, like a pencil, an initial? I mean, I don't have huge arms either. I mean, I can't get a tattoo because anything I want will end up going around my arm and then be some of the picture left off. I don't have big enough arms to be tatted up.
So right now I've just got 2 small tattoos. One's on my knee and then one's up here by my armpit.
On your knee? Why in the hell did you get a tattoo on your knee?
I don't know. I just wanted my knee tattoo.
What's on your knee?
Huh?
What is on the knee?
Oh, Jason Voorhees.
Jesus. If you didn't live at home, we might need to check your basement.
This is the worst job interview ever.
Jason Voorhees? With the mask and the machete?
Oh,
we
yeah,
doing
they
this
were
live?
running a Friday the 13th special, so...
I may as well get the special.
You're one day going to get naked on a date and they're going to run.
No, Caitlin. My point is, if I like got 2nd and 26 on one of my biceps, I mean, I would have Tua letting go of the ball, and I would have to put Devontae catching it somewhere mid-back. I don't have big arms.
Boy,
man.
weight training hasn't started.
It has not, LT. It has not. That's what...
Tyler's almost an employee. Dunaway asks what his weight is. He does that with all new hires.
He really does.
What's sad, Tyler? I almost nailed it. I was thinking 130 in my head. I joked at 112. I didn't want to nail it at 130. I'm good at weight. LT's great at ages. I'm pretty good at weight.
Yeah, I'm good at weight too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
So you'd been great. No joking. Six Flags back in the day.
No,
I don't think they have it anymore.
I don't have a lot of talents, but I could have been a great carny because I could tell you how old you are. I could tell your height, your weight.
But Six Flags back in the day, actually, it was near the Great American Scream Machine.
Oh, yeah.
You had a guy would sit there and try to guess your age and your weight.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get close, he gave you something. I forget what he gave you.
A pencil or a stuffed animal, small stuffed animal.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. You got to have some meat to massage there when you go get the work done at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jesus.
Mark it.
Some meat to massage?
You do. You got to have some muscle there.
Is that a new T-shirt?
I'm going to say something to get a little buffer between that line and actually telling people about a fine sponsor on this show. In the Greystone area at Tattersall Park, 119 and 280 is where you find Greystone Chiropractic, and under the same roof, Element Wellness. You can see more at elementwellness.me. Basically, they help you look better, heal better, and feel better. What a great time at the start of the year to do that. Red light therapy, infrared sauna, cryotherapy, the IV infusion bags, all of that right there at Element Wellness. See more, elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, 28119 in Tattersall Park.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round as we roll on today. Don't forget, basketball this weekend includes Alabama and Auburn with home games against two of the other premier SEC teams, Kentucky and Arkansas. So it should be a fun weekend coming up. Chris Beard was part of our discussion in segment number 1. If you want to go back and listen to that, Chris Beard being fired from Texas. Their interim coach is taking over for the rest of the season, and he is a candidate, Coach Terry is, for the permanent job there. And it's something to remind you that the AD didn't make the decision to dismiss the head coach with cause. It was made from the higher-ups at the university. So that's Chris Del Conte was the guy who hired Chris Beard was still wanting to work this thing out.
Well, it was Randy True, who is the fiance of Chris Beard, that initially had the allegations and made the 911 call. Chris Beard said neither him nor his fiance were questioned at all by Texas. I know they don't necessarily have to do that. My question to you guys, and this is probably a difficult question with the timing, if you're an AD, how long do you have to give it before you go out and hire Chris Beard?
I don't know. It's a great question. You fear that somebody's going to beat you to him.
Yeah, the two things you have to answer is, one, first off, he's got to be cleared of all criminal charges.
That's number one.
So that's got to be wrapped up. And then secondly is, how desperate are you?
Yeah, I mean, and am I willing to? First of all, I got to be an AD that's it's on real solid footing, because I'm going to catch some hell for this, right? So
right.
I've got to be able to withstand that. I got to have support of my fan base. I've got the one thing you don't want to do in a situation like that is hire a guy that's questionable and then he fails. I got confidence Beard's going to work. See, this was not what's so weird about what Lance just said, that they say they weren't even interviewed. This wasn't a situation of we wanted to get rid of this guy anyway and he just gave us all the ammo, we got our ducks in a row and fired him. He had Texas basketball headed in such a good direction. I mean, this was not that situation. So it is weird that they punted him without even talking to him.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, because LT and I have a steak bet with our friends at New York Butcher Shop on Chris Beard getting Texas to a Final Four before Sark can get Texas football to the college football playoffs.
Well,
and now Sark gets,
Sark gets a free run.
A couple of free shots now. Until he gets fired.
I still don't think that stake's going to be paid off.
I didn't feel like it was trending in a good direction. I thought I may lose it this year. I mean, Texas was that good going in.
Can we do this? Can I give you Jimbo Fisher and A&M, and you just give me Texas basketball?
New York Butcher Shop brings you all of our steak bets and a great weekend to grab steaks and grill out or whatever you want to do from New York Butcher.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether or not don't have the kids this weekend. Trying to decide whether or not I'm going to get out for a little bit tonight or just go see Jim and pick up some steaks. I'm leaning steaks and good TV tonight, but stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you, with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. You can't beat it. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Lady Bird told me this morning she wants me to stay in and get her a steak.
Okay, that's an interesting conversation you two had. Lady Bird speaks in a human voice. Come on, Jim.
Not where we can hear it, though.
So it's been sent out from our social media account at Next Round Live if you want to go see our thoughts early on about what Jim has called a day of reckoning for Alabama basketball, but potentially Auburn as well. Because,
not necessarily today, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but a day of reckoning would be coming up. More for Alabama, just because there are things Alabama could continue to do that would sweeten the deal for Nate Oates. Auburn, one of those is off the table. They've already built the new arena. So anyway, on the Alabama side of that, you called it a day of reckoning. This is either a dream come true or the beginning of a nightmare for Greg Byrne. I don't know that there's really much in between.
Because a dream come true, as in this will be what we'll get
a dream come true,
millions of dollars coming in
that
to
I
help
can
basketball.
Pick up the phone today if I'm Greg Byrne and call the people that were on the fence and say, listen, I know you're on the fence on this arena, and I know your $25 million is still floating around out there. If we don't get it done, we're losing our coach, okay? So I know you're on the fence, and this may not get you off the fence, but you need to operate with this piece of information.
That's right.
When you're making your decision.
I know it's only January, and
That's
we've got
right.
a team that can actually be in the Final Four this year, but over the next few weeks, we've got to make some really long-term decisions about who we are.
It may be Texas today, and he may not take the Texas job, but it's going to be somebody else tomorrow.
It'll be Kentucky tomorrow, or Michigan State, or
somebody. If you don't get off the fence and give this money for the arena, and that may not get you off the fence, but I wanted you to operate with that piece of information. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the Kentucky game.
Brooks says Texas hires Oates. If I'm Byrne, I'm hiring Beard. I agree. I would go out and I would hire Beard.
And the nightmare scenario is he makes those phone calls today, and those people are like, look, Greg, tough economy right now. I'm not giving you that money. And now you got to go find another coach.
And we're about to do more renovations to Bryant-Denny Stadium, so I got to give to that.
Yeah, I mean, but to Lance's point, and then again, the continuation of that nightmare scenario, you've got to make a choice. An obvious hire would be Chris Beard. Do I want to take that bullet right now? I mean, I don't know everything.
You can get him on the cheap.
You'll wait to see how all that plays out. Amazing crew behind the glass. I don't know how Scott Forrester has this picture, but he does. He's got a picture. I'll just show it to you, and you tell me what you see right here. I don't know how they end up with this on the drive back there, but
it's not even a menacing Jason Voorhees. It's like a Sour Patch Kid Jason Voorhees.
That's Tyler's knee tattoo.
It's not really on your knee.
Tell me that's a new photo, and you guys just don't have that floating around on our software up here.
No, I think Brown drew that in the break.
Brown?
So it doesn't look like a permanent tattoo on number 11's knee back there.
Well, it is.
I mean, that is a different tattoo than I had imagined, Tyler.
I mean, it's a $30 tattoo. That's what a $30 tattoo looks like.
That looks about right.
Yeah.
I have no idea how much a tattoo even costs.
What is a high end?
So minimum charge, depending on the shop, is usually $60 to $100.
Yeah,
and that'll be like something that
So did
size.
a sibling put this on you?
No, this was a shop in Auburn.
Well, how did you get it for $30 if the minimum's $60?
Because they were running a deal instead of the minimum charge.
How
being
dirty was
$60.
the needle?
No, it's a clean needle. It's the prepackaged ones.
Yeah, did you have to buy one get one free or something? What?
No, it was a big event they did for Friday the 13th, and so I just had to wait in line for like 6 hours to pay $30 for a tattoo.
Oh man,
Did it have to go right below your knee, or could you choose your body part with a?
You could do anywhere on your arms or legs.
Okay, arms or legs, yeah.
Hey, look, to each their own, seriously. But if I asked you guys around the panel, how much to get that exact tattoo in that exact place?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
would you do it right now for $50,000 cash?
I mean, truthfully, mine could be the same everything except the knife is a national championship trophy, and take the mask off and put Nick Saban's head on there, and that's my tattoo.
Oh, well, you would pay for that.
So, but Tyler doesn't wear shorts. How often do you wear shorts, Tyler?
When it's maybe 90 degrees.
Okay, well, that's all summer in Birmingham. I wear shorts a lot, so Tyler covers that up most of the time.
Yeah, I'm going to say if you ever go to a pool, if you're entertaining a girl, you need to put like a piece of gauze on that or something.
All right.
Wait. The gauze is going to bring up more red flags.
No, it's not.
Would you take a bullet? Questions about a random piece of gauze on the knee.
Yeah. Like you show up with a random piece of gauze and get into my pool. I'm not even getting in the pool. I'll get in the pool with that tattoo. I'm not getting in the pool with your gauze.
The gauze is a conversation piece. That is a deal breaker.
The gauze is a red flag to me. I'm like, oh, this guy's got stuff
around
leaking out of his
$100,000 cash right now.
Well, you've got my attention now. At
I wouldn't do it for
$100,000.
$100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I said you have my attention. Yeah. I didn't say I would. I just said now,
I'm in the pool a lot.
You've added a comma in the right spot.
$1 million
for us to start
I would do it right now.
Okay, now you're talking.
Jason says it's a great promotion by that tattoo place in Auburn. $30 gateway tattoo is what we call that.
That's right. Yep.
You get that one, now you're hooked. It builds the customer
base. Who was the
tattoo
artist? An 11-year-old little girl? Can we pull that again?
Could you tear it up anymore?
No, it was a Sour Patch Kid. That's Jason Voorhees.
Everybody in the chat
I'm not going to say
room.
the artist's name because she's very successful in Miami. Runs her own shop and everything.
Okay. Oh, that got thrown right back in your face there, LT.
Hey, but top of the hour here, by the way. Before you tell us about Gutter Cap, everyone in the chat room saying, boy, the HR person at Simpio that you pay to listen to this show is throwing shit off the window right now. Stop it. Just stop talking.
They have quit
throwing it
looking
off the window right now.
Talking about me?
No, it even started when Dunaway just asked him what his weight is.
Yeah, I know.
Simpio's head's exploding.
Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeping the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Honestly, if you go to guttercapbirmingham.com, you can see their logo. I would rather have that logo on my body than that Jason Voorhees. Right now, great 2023 deal from our good friend Chris Stewart. Call him 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's back with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors. the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We roll into the second half of the show today. Don't forget our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. These beautiful cans right here bring you the show. Energy and zero sugar. And our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, they bring you the studio as well. We appreciate everyone being with us on this Friday, getting ready for a weekend where we'll decide to playoff spot on Saturday, some more on Sunday, and then we'll crown a football national champion coming up on Monday. Headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. I don't say that enough. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Just go by there. Say hi to Sterling first. He's there right now. It is open for business and a great place for lunch or dinner. And it is one of those destination places. I mean, you're out eating lunch and you get tired of eating the same places. It's okay to drive 15, 20, 25 minutes for a meal at Champy's Chicken. So go do that at Highway 119 in Alabaster. You don't have to live right in that area to enjoy what they do at Champy's Chicken. And if you're ever in the area, if you find yourself doing business or going past that exit and going somewhere south or coming up into Birmingham and you're passing that Alabaster exit, it's just off the interstate, about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile off the interstate. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Southern Fried Chicken, all the great sides. The Unbelievable Bar, if you want to just have a date night there, you can go there and have great food and great drinks as well. And they cater for you. You can take it to parties, tailgates, anything you're doing at the house. Surprise the wife or husband. Nobody has to cook dinner, and you just take it all home. It's champyschicken.com. UAB loses a tough game last night, 88-86. The Jelly Walker conversation Brown had earlier today is up on all of our video platforms. What was the mood like with Jelly?
Jelly was very upset. He talked about it a lot in our conversation. He hates losing. He said, I may be a guy that smiles a lot. It looks like I'm having fun. I do have fun playing basketball, but I don't know that anybody that hates losing more than me. He was upset.
He had 21 points last night in that game, but the surprising part to me was FAU out-rebounded UAB. UAB's been fantastic on the boards this year. FAU at home got a few more calls and a few more rebounds.
Yeah, and again, it came down Jonell Davis coming off the bench for a career-high 36 points, doubling his previous career high. FAU's bench was that good last night.
Okay, I made a statement yesterday on my interview in Lexington Sports Talk Radio. At the end, they said, so you think Alabama will win this game tomorrow? And I laughed. I was talking to Alan Cutler, a guy I used to work with back in the 90s up there, and I laughed. I said, not only do I think they will win the game, I think they'll win the game double digits tomorrow. I just don't think it's going to be close. I think Alabama is a better basketball team than Kentucky is, and they're playing at home. How do you feel about Alabama and Kentucky tomorrow?
Yeah, I think if Alabama plays their game right now, where these two programs are, now Kentucky obviously has got a ton of talent. And Alabama can still shoot their way out of a game. But, yeah, I think Alabama wins this game comfortably. At least right now, that's the way I lean.
And, Brown, he said, so what's the one stat I should look at this in this game in a way? Is it three-point shooting? Is that what it is? And I said, no, Alabama's going to shoot their threes. And if they go in, you don't have a chance. But to me, it's what Alabama did the other night with turnovers. If they're single digits in turnovers,
they're hard to beat.
I don't think anybody in the country beats them if they're under 10 in turnovers in a game.
Yeah, no, I would agree completely with you. Anybody in the country might be a bit of a stretch, but I mean they would be in any game. I would agree with you on that. Yeah.
So I told him, forget the 3-point. They're going to shoot 3-pointers. It's turnovers, and can they turn over the Kentucky guards? Sheboy is great. He's fantastic. But so too is Brandon Miller in Alabama. Fun game tomorrow, 12 noon over in Tuscaloosa. I look forward to being there for that one. Arkansas and Auburn tomorrow night. Chris Beard gets fired. Sam Hartman's at Notre Dame, and Michigan football received some NCAA allegations. Just real quick, do you feel like that's a big story or not a big story?
Not a big story.
It looks big in the headlines, but you say not a big story.
I say not a big story. I say 10 years ago it would have been a big story.
Oh, yeah. 10 years ago you would worry about them, missing bowl games.
That's right. Exactly, or definitely losing scholarships. Yeah. I say not a big story as well. Mystery Fifth Hour dropped yesterday. You can go check it out. Some rave reviews about that over in the chat room earlier in the show, especially with LT's honesty near the end of that. You can always get our Mystery Fifth Hour right there. All right, we wanted to talk a little bit about the NFL here. There's a big vote going on today, but we'll start with Damar Hamlin, who is now awake, and he did something pretty amazing earlier today, Brian. What did he do?
So I've read more into this. The Buffalo Bills made the announcement. Apparently, according to Sean McDermott on a follow-up Zoom, he met with the media via Zoom. He walked in, and I hope this is on video. I don't know. It's a private moment, so maybe it will not be, and I'm fine with the Bills not doing that, but I'd love to see this. He walked in the team meeting today and said, hey, before we start the team meeting, I got a surprise for you guys. And up on the screen popped Damar Hamlin from his hospital bed on a FaceTime. And the reports are McDermott was asked what was the reaction. He goes, the team went crazy. Yeah. Everybody stood up, started cheering.
And then I bet some people broke down.
I bet some started crying again.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I hope there's video of that. I'd love to see it. If it's private moment, that's great. So the great news is Damar Hamlin's breathing tube is out. He's been extubated. He's, as I said, FaceTimed with teammates and the team as a whole, and appears to be doing phenomenal with all things considered. The NFL has encouraged teams at home this weekend to have a moment of recognition for Damar Hamlin, where the fans are asked for a moment of support and love. I guess that would be just cheering and going crazy. The clubs are allowed to outline the 3 of each 30-yard line number with Buffalo Bills red or Buffalo Bills blue as that. And there will be 3 patches on the Buffalo jerseys, the number 3 patches. And everyone's encouraged, if you want to support Hamlin, to make a donation to the Chasing M's Foundation.
But other than that, it's okay cheering for Damar Hamlin and all that. But I would love them to do their moment of celebration for the people on the field, the medical personnel on the field as well.
Yeah, the guy's name came out yesterday.
Yeah, but everybody associated that. But the one guy who recognized what was going on and got the ball rolling in the right direction, and then everybody that made this situation end up where it is, from our Lord and Savior all the way down to the folks on the field, in that celebration, more than just Damar Hamlin, the fact that those people on the field recognized it and saved his life there in front of 70,000 people in a national television audience.
And I don't know if this means anything to them, but just for the recognition, I agree. What I would do is give them a small section in the Super Bowl.
That'd be cool.
And recognize, that entire group with their families.
That's right. That'd be really cool. You're absolutely right about that. The way they did in the COVID at the Tampa Super Bowl, where the first responders and medical personnel were in the game. Yep. Yeah. Now, I would agree with you on that.
And I'm not saying just for those, but because of those, we should recognize all of the people that are on the fields at the game and all the first responders everywhere. It'd be a great way to bring all those people out in the middle of the field pregame before the national anthem and give an applause for all the medical personnel there and all the first responders who protect us at stadiums, get us to and from stadiums, and protect us day in and day out. It'd be a great way to use Damar Hamlin's recovery just to say thank you to all those great first responders that are out there in different colors of blue and red and everything that they do.
Yeah.
So that's a great story. But today, now, back to the football aspect of it all, now that Damar is fine, the aftermath of the Bills-Bengals cancellation, that game's not going to be made up now. They've said that. So now they're trying to figure out how it impacts the playoffs, and there's a big vote today.
So the commissioner approved these scenarios. The competition committee approved them, and now a special league meeting is going on at some point today where they'll be voted on. And it gets a little wordy and complicated.
Oh, man, it's so confusing, the different scenarios.
Yeah, essentially they're voting on whether or not to have a neutral site AFC championship game if the 2 teams that are playing in the game could have been tied and needed a tiebreaker to determine home field. I think that's the simplest way I could put it.
That's right.
There's a scenario where just Buffalo and Kansas City are involved. There's a scenario that also involves Cincinnati. Baltimore factors into this by how they performed this weekend. So that's the first thing they have to determine. They haven't even discussed, to my knowledge, or haven't said where the neutral site game might be.
Yeah, but 9 votes says no. So if it's 8 owners,
so it doesn't even have to be unanimous.
It doesn't have to be unanimous, but it can be up to 9. 9 votes cancels it. No good.
Okay.
Doesn't pass.
So there are 3 scenarios that involve Buffalo and Kansas City and then ultimately Cincinnati and Baltimore, where if the 2 teams that are playing the AFC Championship game, so we may not even know if this neutral site is in play until, the week of the game or the Sunday before the game. If the 2 teams that are facing one another could have ended up tied and needed a tiebreaker to determine which have home field, neither will have home field that played at a neutral site.
Yeah.
I want to pause right there for a moment and just ask you guys, if this game is, say, in Atlanta, would you not ride over? I mean, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Go to an AFC Championship game?
I would. The only thing that keeps me from saying 100% Brown is we oftentimes have talked about this. That is the best Sunday of the NFL because you get 2 championship games back to back. But going to see one in person that I would never get a chance to do, crazy, I may want to do that.
Yeah, that's the only, as far as the NFL level, I've seen wild card games, I've seen divisional games, I've seen Super Bowls in person. I've never been to a championship
to
game.
show you the power of the NFL, I'm sorry, Jim, but to show you the power of the NFL, any market they put this in, I think the game will sell out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
I like the 2 back-to-back. So the question becomes for me, how good are our seats? And if we got really good seats, I would go in a heartbeat.
Look, the thing is, let's just say it's in Atlanta. Bills fans will spend a fortune.
I would almost confidently say the Bills fans would sell out Atlanta.
Yeah. Oh,
just Bills fans.
If it's Bills Chiefs, Chiefs will too.
It's a hard sellout.
It would be a tremendous crowd of just those fans.
It's going to be a $2,000 to $3,000 decent seat ticket.
Yeah. Did you watch the Detroit game that the Bills played? I don't know that they ever showed the full crowd, but I mean the crowd you could see just in their normal shots. That
when
place
they
seemed
played
packed.
in Detroit because of the blizzard.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Should have been more clear on that. Yeah, I mean their fans packed that joint out.
What irony it would be if they did this one time because of this and they said, oh, look how much extra money we made for these cities, and we started doing this permanently. As college football gets away from the bowls, they come back and they start playing all the playoffs at neutral sites.
I like the home. I know what you're saying. That would be ironic, but I like the home
football starts
field.
playing on campus. College football.
Last year was such a big deal for me, in that playoff run with the Rams, but it came down to San Francisco upsetting Green Bay. I really don't believe the Rams win a Super Bowl if they have to go to Lambeau to play Green Bay. It worked out perfectly with San Francisco having to come to SoFi for that NFC Championship game. So home field is obviously that important.
So the other thing they're voting on today, to me, that's interesting. This is I don't know how to describe this. Weird, I don't know. If Baltimore wins Sunday against Cincinnati, now quickly, we got confused by whether that game was Saturday or Sunday, Baltimore-Cincinnati. They had a hold on that game pending the outcome of the Monday night game for this very reason, because it became, if Cincinnati lost the Monday night game, this Baltimore-Cincinnati game had meaning, so they were going to determine the kick day and time for that. Now it was a no contest, so they went ahead and moved it to Sunday 1 o'clock, or noon our time. If Baltimore wins that game, Baltimore will have beaten Cincinnati twice, but they won't have the same amount of games, so they can't determine who would have home field there, so they're going to do a coin toss.
Yeah, I saw that. Again, it's complicated, all of the different scenarios.
Yeah, Scott's got some of them up there. Now, so Cincinnati basically is going from a moment where they could have potentially gotten even the 1 seed.
Yeah, because if they win and both Buffalo and Kansas City lose, they've got the tiebreaker.
Yeah, had they beaten Buffalo in the Monday night game that got no contested, and then one Sunday in Buffalo and Kansas City both lose, they're actually the 1 seed.
Yeah,
so they could go from that to losing a coin toss and not even getting a home game.
So from a guy who likes fair competition, for the neutral site, they're playing out best case scenario for everybody. You won everything, so it could have been a tie. So we will play like you won everything. But in this scenario, we're playing it like Cincinnati lost that game, and Baltimore then beat Cincinnati and would have beaten them head-to-head twice. So we have to play that like, it's a tie there, so we're going to flip a coin.
I kind of get that.
Yeah, you have to play both sides. So I'm okay with both of those.
But now that requires a Baltimore win, obviously. And
I'm okay with that if we do like a Friday Night Lights and we show the coin toss on the air live.
Oh, no, I think it definitely needs to be televised on NFL Network. 100%.
Yeah, I want to see it live.
Yeah, 100% needs to be televised on NFL Network.
Then I really would like if they go to a local barbecue shop.
Where do you even do the coin toss?
Right
in
there.
New York. Yeah, you
right
do it in
after
New
you
York.
eat. All right, guys. You want to go ahead and get dessert? Or you want to flip the coin down? Let's go ahead and flip.
I don't see the Bengals losing that game, by the way.
To Baltimore? Well, because is Tyler Huntley even playing?
I don't think so.
So who's starting for them?
Oh, gosh. Give me a second.
And at this point,
so Lamar's out.
Lamar's out, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lamar's out. Huntley is injured. I don't even know who's starting for Baltimore. And now Cincinnati's got everything to play for.
It would be Anthony Brown.
Yeah. Because Cincinnati could even get in this whole neutral site bill if they win. No relation to me. You wanted to make that clear?
This is the former Gator / BC quarterback.
Yeah. Now, if you're paying attention to the AFC side of this in the race for the bottom playoff spot, New England, Miami, and Pittsburgh, if I'm New England, I mean, thank God Damar Hamlin's healthy and alive, but boy, I feel like I'm about to get a revived Bills team. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. I mean,
that's a tough spot for New England. This is going to be, first of all, a Bills team that is either playing for home field or a neutral site game. So it's very important to them. And now, I mean, just everything that's happened, the emotion this week, this feels like they're walking into a hornet's nest in that one. In Miami's instance, this game is now going to be Skylar Thompson versus Joe Flacco, by the way, because Mike White is injured for New York. He's been ruled out. Joe Flacco is your starting quarterback with Zach Wilson as the backup in New York.
Interesting scenario there on several big games coming up this weekend. Jay writes in and says, I was actually at the NFC Championship game when LT's Rams and the referees cheated us Saints out of a game down there.
we were at a dinner last night, and that game came up, and we were talking about the outcome. And again, I told everybody at the table, didn't care.
Yeah. By the way,
not my problem.
You'll take any win you can.
Yep.
Yeah. And one more thing, Sean McDermott did say later on in his Zoom meeting with the media that the Bills plan to honor those that were involved in Damar Hamlin's resuscitation and treatment, to your point. So the Bills at least are going to honor them.
All right. A little bit more on the NFL. As you watch Indianapolis look for a coach now, it's obvious they won't keep Jeff Saturday, right?
Yeah, very obvious.
Do you think when Andrew Luck retired that changed the course of that franchise forever? They haven't been really good since, have they? They haven't had a quarterback since then, have they?
No. I mean, Phillip Rivers for a moment was okay.
What was he, 11-7? No, 10-7, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, they got to the postseason with him.
11-6.
But if you think about it, they went from Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck.
Right.
There was 1 year with not Bridgewater. Who was it? It was Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
And then to Phillip Rivers. I mean, they had a really good run of quarterbacks there. I mean, that's 3 I don't know. Is Luck a Hall of Famer?
Not because he cut it short.
Yeah,
It would have been.
They did something
you see what I'm saying?
you never see. And that's go from Hall of Fame quarterback to Hall of Fame quarterback immediately, season after season, a perfect transition.
So you would say Luck is a Hall of Famer?
He would have been.
Would have been.
Yeah, he would have been. He's not. I consider him a Hall of Fame.
I see what you're saying.
Caliber player.
Yeah, Hall of Fame talent.
And then eventually ended up with another Hall of Famer in Phillip Rivers. I don't know that Matt Ryan's going to be a Hall of Famer, but he's at least in the discussion. I mean, they've had a pretty good run there.
But that Matt Ryan, he's not a Hall of Fame by his performance.
Not when he was
yeah.
playing for you. No.
But they've been grasping, is what I'm saying, at quarterback
since. They get quarterback
since.
right, man, they're going to be good.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
Jonathan Taylor had an off year.
They've been grasping at quarterback,
Yeah,
though.
they have. You look at what you've got in Michael Pittman, young receiver, Paris Campbell, Alec Pierce, who was a rookie this year that really shows flashes out of Cincinnati.
I haven't seen the draft order, and I don't. If I've missed a trade, I apologize. But I think as we looked at it the other day, if the season ended today, they would probably get that second pick at quarterback.
That's right.
They're not going to have the second overall pick, but of teams that are going to draft quarterback, unless somebody trades in front of them, they're going to get either C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young if they want one of those two players.
Right, and they'll be close enough to trade up if they want to third to 2 or whatever they need to do.
Because the Bears have a worse record right now.
Yeah,
They're not
they got
taking a quarterback.
Yep.
The Texans are taking a quarterback.
Yep.
The other teams that possibly could be there are Denver. They're married to Russell Wilson.
Arizona, they're in.
Yep, and that's it.
That's it. Yep. So you can potentially get one of these two guys.
And all due respect to Mac Jones, I do feel like somehow Tom Brady leaving New England when he left New England sort of set them on a different path too. If he'd have stayed there, I felt like if he hadn't done what he did to go to Tampa, I felt like New England would have been
still winning 10 or 11 games.
Would be better off than they have been since.
I agree.
Some of these unexpected departures, especially at quarterback, can really surprise you. And I say that with you Packer fans who maybe have been cussing and ready to move on from Aaron Rodgers. That is that's something. Right now, you're pretty happy you got Aaron Rodgers on your side as he tries to get the Packers into the playoffs coming up this weekend and a chance to win once you get there. All right, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, LT, tell us about that 10% discount. You said that for the first time earlier in the show, and that piqued my interest because any savings you can get when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating is always good.
Yeah, look, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service call from our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team at Hemp Hill can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Did you see where Jake Paul has signed an MMA contract? It's with Pro Fighters League, so it's not the Dana White League, the UFC, but this is a interesting move for Jake Paul. You're a big fan of his. What do you think he'll do in the MMA ring?
Well, I think the guy is he's kind of a clown on the side, some of the things he does. I respect the fact that how dedicated right now he is to the sport of boxing, but now he makes this move, and he's got to learn totally different techniques, tactics.
I guess when I say fan, I'm not saying personal life. You watch his fights.
As a boxer, or what he's been able to do in this early career as an amateur boxer.
Is it safe to say that it feels like it's more difficult to be an MMA fighter than a boxer? And I don't mean to insult any boxers out there, but
I just think it's a totally different sport, and he's got to learn, again, the technique, the tactics, the training, everything is completely different. One of the reasons he had an upper hand against ex-MMA fighters was because he was strictly a boxer, and those guys could only box.
Yeah, so he was trained in boxing. They were not. So now he's sort of going into their world.
I'm a little confused by this.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to, when it's all said and done, not only is he getting paid, he's going to end up having some stakes in Pro Fighters League.
And that's the Pro Fighters League. They love the fact that he's got, 10 million or more followers on Instagram.
Exactly. That's what it'll come out. He'll end up owning part of that league or something when it's all said and done. All right, trash is on the other side when we come back. Don't forget our friends at Ghost Energy. Gets you going in the morning. Ghost Energy drinks, 0 sugar. A great pick-me-up. We use it when we're dragging on the show. We don't want to come in all mopey when we're on with you guys 9 to 1 Central. So that's when we turn to that Ghost logo, 0 sugar, and all those wonderful flavors right there that get you going. Citrus, tropical mango, the Sour Patch, the Warheads, and all the other great flavors right there with our friends at Ghost.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round, getting ready for trash here. Already on the show, Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South, Peter Burns from the SEC Network. Before you tell us about Slice, one of the great things of, I'll be old for a second, one of the great things back in the 1900s, back in the 90s, was going to have a great dinner, oftentimes nice slice of pizza like at Slice Pizza, and then going to watch a movie in the theaters. Now, there was a time... No, seriously. I mean, that's an old thing.
I might do this tonight. Keep talking.
But I'm saying last year was sort of a resurgence in going back to the theaters. But still, I just saw the end of the year count was still 30% behind where it was pre-pandemic on going to the movies. Now, it's not germ related, I don't think. It's just the streaming services, how quick we get things in our house now, and the crap that are put out by Hollywood, not as good as, say, what you're getting on the streaming services. Some of the shows are in long form. Almost every episode's like a movie. It's so good that the theater stuff isn't as good as it used to be.
Yeah, what would you go see tonight?
Well, the Whale. Have you seen it yet, Lunsford?
Of course he has. He was probably there the first
You
night.
seen The Whale?
Hold on.
He wasn't paying attention to the show.
No, that's okay. Brown
Sorry, I was
doesn't
in
either.
the podcast.
Have you seen The Whale?
I have seen The Whale.
Is it worth going to see?
Yes, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
So that would be fun to go stuff yourself on pizza and then go watch The Whale. It's
Absolutely.
Kind of,
Have you seen?
You don't want to do that.
Really?
You don't want to do that.
So don't eat before I go?
Do not eat before you go.
Wow.
Have you seen Megan yet? Is that out?
I saw Megan last night. It was
Terrible.
It was a movie. That's all I can say.
A movie?
Yeah.
Let me just say this. Okay, the first scene in the movie, so this isn't really spoiling anything. The first scene is...
Is this Will or Megan?
It's
This is Megan.
AI goes bad, right?
Yeah, so the whole thing is this girl...
Oh, that's with a creepy-looking girl.
Yeah, this girl's parents die, and Allison Williams is the main girl in it. She's like the aunt of this girl. She takes her like her custody temporarily, and she can't connect with her, so she creates this doll, and like she works for like a toy company. She takes this prototype home, ends up going crazy, killing everybody. But the first scene of the movie is this girl's parents dying. Like it sets up like a Bruce Wayne, parents die like you see at the beginning of every Batman. But the first scene is trying to set up this emotional, her parents are dead, she's having to recover. And the entire time she's playing with this toy that looks like a Furby, and it's just farting nonstop. And the whole point is the toy, like every time you feed the toy on your iPad, like on a little game, it poops in real life. And this toy is pooping and farting in the back seat while you're trying to have this emotional, my parents have died kind of moment. And that was the way the entire movie was.
Should have walked out at that moment.
Should have walked out right at that moment.
Should have been
really should have. So the Megan, that creepy looking face, you guys have seen it, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I have
So
not.
I'm watching the Rams-Chargers game, and they've got two of the Megans in the crowd to promote it.
Well, that's what I brought this up for because Variety gave me 10 movies that will save theaters in 2023.
That wasn't one of them.
And Megan was number 10.
Oh, wow. That sounds like we're in trouble.
Yeah, I think we're in trouble.
Now we've got Mission Impossible that's coming out
right
this
now,
year.
though, that's why.
Yeah, Mission Impossible is coming out later this year. We've got probably another Lord of the Rings or something, right, coming out this year.
John Wick 4 is supposed to come out soon too.
Yeah, that's April. I'm looking forward to that.
Guardians, we got Guardians of the Galaxy #3 is coming out. I'll go see that. So there's some coming. So what are you going to see tonight? Whale?
But it is tough. Yeah, The Whale. If I was going to go to a movie tonight, but it's tough, like you say. Like, okay, so can I pick up a pizza from Slice and go home and just binge, a great streaming service?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, with a good bottle of bourbon at my house, or do you actually go to the theater?
Yeah, like some episodes of some of these great shows that I watch, some of them are 45, 50, 62 minutes long, and they're movie quality.
Oh, yeah. The budgets are insane on these shows now.
It's unbelievable. But I'm a big fan of the theaters. I think we need to save them.
I am too. Local pizza, local ingredients. That is our friends, the Bajalia brothers at Slice, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. Get in, see them. 3 great locations right now. You've got the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, one coming really, really soon over there in Crestline. They've got daily specials, including that curbside family pack, only $75, the 12 wings, the pan of salad, any 2 of the pizzas. And I'm really thinking about, if I don't get in tonight, some point this weekend, I'm going to try the Hot Mama with the peppers, the salami, multiple cheeses, and Mike's honey drizzle.
Yeah, that hot honey is what makes it.
SliceBirmingham.com, more information.
Get a little extra hot honey on the side in case you want a little bit more.
How hot is it?
You feel it.
Yeah,
okay.
you taste it. I mean, I got
you
some of
had
that.
some?
Yeah, no, I've got that at home.
Oh, okay.
The hot honey. Yeah. You know it.
You feel it, absolutely. Do you have the Peyton Hillis story in trash?
I don't.
That's a weird story.
It is, but Peyton Hillis saved his kid and another kid from drowning in Pensacola. He's in ICU, but his dad says he's improving, letting all the Arkansas fans and fans of his in the NFL know. But LT makes a great point. Down in Pensacola where this happened, 2 kids, one of his kids and another kid had swam out too far in the ocean and they were in distress, and he went out there. And you made a great point. In that part of Pensacola where they were swimming, there's a big drop-off.
Yeah, so my father-in-law used to have a place, so we'd go to Pensacola a lot. I'm honestly not a huge Pensacola fan. But there is something on the beach side. We were on the bay side a lot, but on the beach side, there's some kind of drop-off, and they call it, there's a nickname of it, but a lot of people have drowned out there.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
Where kids are, touching bottom, and then they're in deep blue water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Peyton Hill has got a lot of salt in his lungs and having some lung and kidney issues from saving those 2 young people, and just a heroic effort by him, saving his kid and another kid there. So we'll have praying for Peyton Hillis as we continue to pray for folks who are battling things in the world. All right, let's do trash. Hit it, man.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise. Consider that temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Have you guys heard about this story on Pacific One Highway where a family of 4 goes off the railings, 250 feet they plunge down?
I have not heard of that, no.
And they survived.
That's
California
against the odds.
doctor allegedly plunged his family hundreds of feet down a coastal cliff in what authorities have described as a murder attempt, but their improbable survival is likely because of luck in a well-built vehicle. Dharmesh Patel, 41, is accused of barreling a Tesla Model Y off of Devil's Slide. It flipped the SUV several times on its way down a roughly 250-foot cliff 20 miles south of San Francisco.
That's horrifying.
The 2 kids in the back seat, saved by car seats, said the car seats didn't even move.
Wow.
Well, that's a good commercial.
4-year-old and a 7-year-old. Yeah.
Thank God they lived.
Boy, there's something needs to happen to this dude.
Yeah, and he lived too?
He did.
Yeah. His wife in the front seat?
Everybody lived.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the wreckage, I don't know if you could pull it, Tyler.
Oh, no way.
The Tesla wreckage, how they survived this, it makes zero sense. I mean, this is truly a miracle that these.
I've seen plane crashes that held together better than that.
It's family falls 250 feet in Tesla. You've got to see this wreckage, Brown, and for all of our listeners there, because this is really hard to believe.
Appreciate our friends at Mortgage Right who brings you trash every day.
I keep killing it.
Jimmy Silence filler.
There it is.
Holy crap. So everybody survived that one.
Everybody survived that.
Yeah. That is crazy.
I'm just going to say 9,999 times out of 10,000 you go off that cliff.
Yep.
Nobody survived.
That's crazy.
Okay, a family were stunned to find a fox with just 2 legs in their garden.
Can you go back to the picture real quick, Tyler?
Trash brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Friends at Mortgage Right.
Mortgage Right.
In all seriousness, if you're first responders, do you get there faster by boat or coming down the cliff?
No, they did helicopter.
Helicopter.
They did helicopter.
Chopped her in.
And they said everybody involved in this said when they saw the car, they knew everyone was dead in the car. And then they saw somebody moving, and they're like, oh my
Holy
God.
crap.
Yeah. And they get down there, and all 4 are alive.
Look at those
Really-
airbags.
Really incredible. Okay, back to this. A family were stunned to find a fox with just 2 legs in their garden.
That is
the old
surprising.
two-legged fox?
Yep.
Phil and Jan Carter across the pond off to get visited by fox. This one stayed out for about 45 minutes.
So he just walks around on his front legs like that.
That's impressive.
That is impressive.
Yeah. I'm cheering for that little fella.
Now, quote from Mr. Carter, my wife shouted, "Quick, grab your phone. We've got a 2-legged fox on the lawn." We had about 5 minutes of it going around the lawn, smelling and picking up some meat. Where do
I
you
told
get
you
meat
if
in
she
the
ever
lawn?
came over again.
No, where do you get meat in the lawn?
A 2-legged fox. I am right there. Oh.
Well, they said that it appears to have adapted to life on
You know
2
what?
legs.
It's got a nice tail, too. 2-legged fox with a good tail.
Undefeated, bro.
Good courage.
Yeah. Like good curves.
Pittsburgh police are investigating a reported robbery of a pizza delivery driver who told police he was forced into the trunk of his own car and driven an unknown distance before being left in the back of the vehicle.
I mean, back to the fox, when it gets back to the den at night and it says, I've been on my feet all day. I mean, you really can't. You gotta
Just let him lay on his side.
Yeah, you got to cut him some slack and go make him some dinner, don't
God,
you?
I mean, how does he not get dizzy, though, with all that blood rushing to the head?
Oh, I know. Listen, man. I got to know you're committed. I got to know you're both feet in this.
Hey, you know what's got to be tough on him is mating.
Yeah.
Well, if it's the female.
Now, if it's the female.
Yeah, we're probably all right. Yeah. If it's the male, he's got to get creative.
Page 164 of the Karma Sutra is fox style.
That's going to take a talented. You're going to have an ex-gymnast for that.
Yeah. That's a little bit of the old 66 or the 99 there.
Oh, wow. Jimmy went too far.
Okay, so anyway, this delivery driver gets thrown in the back of his vehicle. The driver told police he was kicked to the back of his knees so he would fall to the ground. The men then beat him with their guns and fists before putting him in the trunk and driving him an unknown distance before the suspects got out. The driver told police that once he thought the man, once they were gone, he was going to be able to get through the car through the back seats. He did. He called police. Police said the delivery driver had a swollen jaw and bruises, but refused medical treatment. No arrests have been made. Well, that's one thing you don't want to do is get in the trunk.
Yeah, that is. It's a. I have not told my daughter Anna Kate this yet, but she's watching me at school right now during lunch. So don't get in the trunk.
Don't get in the trunk.
Don't get in the trunk. If anybody ever tries to put you in the trunk, don't get in the trunk.
We had a guy that we used to work with. This is way back in the late 90s, and he was asked to get into his truck by an armed assailant, and he turned and ran, and the guy shot him in the back of the leg, and he was able to get into a restaurant. He almost bled out, but if he would have gotten in the trunk, obviously the guy would have killed him.
And Kate, if you're still watching at school, don't get shot in the back of the leg either.
And have I ever told you all the stories? So my dad used to do a lot of business in South Florida, and there was a story down there. It's pretty awesome. 2 guys put a dude in his own trunk, took him to the Glades, and they were going to kill him. When they popped the trunk, he had kept a couple of pistols back there. He unloaded and killed both of them.
What are you recommending to Anna Kate as she's watching? A strong kick to the balls and a sprint?
Yeah, knee them in the balls, and then they're going to lean over, and then you elbow them in the nose.
And run.
And then run as fast as you can run. Yeah.
Because most people are not great shots.
And just to always remember,
Scream, too.
Yeah, you only have to outrun your friends. If you're with your friends, you just got to be faster than them.
That is not a surprising comment from your dad at all.
What?
Most of us up here are team players.
Oh, yeah. Well, just because you're the slowest one, we'd outrun you. Yeah.
Hey, this story just it makes me cringe. Located in Washington, Microsoft's headquarters is home to the quietest place in the world. Now, just imagine complete silence and how eerie that would be.
Look at that.
As confirmed by the Guinness World Records, there's no one on Earth quite like it, perhaps for good reason. While the echo-free chamber is useful for testing audio equipment and their varying sounds, it can prove unnerving for anyone who dares to enter.
I've heard that, LT, that complete silence.
Oh, these stories, like inside the quiet room, the background noise is so low that levels approach the absolute zero of sound, according to CNN. They say, accordingly, stepping into the space does not feel as peaceful as you might imagine. Now, according to a speech and hearing scientist, quote, as soon as one enters the room, one immediately feels a strange and unique sensation, which is hard to describe. They said the absence of sound can feel deafening, as you may experience ringing in your ears or a sense of fullness. Turn your head from side to side, and you'll also be able to hear the movement. From the fullest experience, they recommend turning off the lights, though you should be warned it's difficult to keep your balance under such circumstances.
I've heard about how crazy this is. Just you describing it it's already changing my breathing. Like I'm already starting to breathe with a little anxiety.
Okay, the longest anybody's made it back in 2019. One musician managed, how long do you think?
38 minutes.
1 hour.
Hour and 26 minutes, but not without reporting disturbing side effects. Musician claimed he could see lights dancing around him, and he could hear his own bloodstream.
Oh. So it was he was doing it in the dark in that silence, then, right?
Well, I don't know if he was in the dark or not, but
that's no good right there. Nobody wants that.
Finally, I got some studies to take note of.
Do you feel like you can hear your heart beating ever?
No.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't really.
Well, yeah, just like in the.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes with that.
Yeah.
The pulse.
Yeah, the pulse.
Like in your head.
Pulse,
yeah, not in my chest.
Yeah.
Some studies
I never hear
here.
your heart beating, Jim, no.
I'm sure you have.
Oh, Lance. Just because Rockstar's out here.
According to NASA researchers, perfect nap lasts precisely 26 minutes.
I need a little bit longer, but anything past an hour and I'm groggy the rest of the day.
Optimal one should last between 20 and 30 minutes, which is 26 minutes. According to Harvard research, hiring one highly productive toxic worker negatively impacts a company's bottom line more than hiring a group of less productive yet cooperative employees.
I could see that.
Yeah, better attitude.
Yeah.
According to a recent University of Kansas study, it takes approximately 50 hours of social interaction to develop a casual friendship, another 40 hours to become a, quote, real friend, and a total of 2 hours to build a close relationship. Another one, according to a study, most American dog owners are prepared to call it quits with their partner if the dog doesn't like them. I can see that.
If in your situation?
Oh, dog loves both.
Well, yeah, but if Lady Bird didn't love both,
we'd have an issue.
Yeah.
But you also wouldn't have Lady Bird.
That's true. 75-year-old Harvard Grant study, the longest study of humans ever conducted, discovered that doing chores as a young kid is a key factor in later career success.
I agree with that. You got to build a good work ethic. If Ariana Grande wanted to start a relationship with you, but she's like, I'm out on the dog.
We could work it out, because then I would give the roommate the dog when Ariana's in town, and when she's out on tour, I would have Lady Bird. I got to work that.
I mean,
custody battle.
Always finds the loophole. Have you ever noticed this?
Yeah.
Anytime we do some sort
Almost like you already knew the question was coming.
Always finds the loophole.
Like when we're listening to our heartbeat in our heads,
Yeah.
he's laying on his pillow running through scenarios.
Home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. They're mortgage experts just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions and guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
In the 12 o'clock hour, we'll hear from Kirk Herbstreit about the national championship game coming up on Monday night. Also in the 12 o'clock hour, we'll revisit Sonny Dykes' comments about Alabama players joining his TCU roster and how he's not really a fan of it. We'll explain his comments coming up a little bit later on. He's got 3 of them now, by the way, during this offseason, going to play for the Horned Frogs. But when we come back, they're expecting a few high-profile quarterback movements in the National Football League in the offseason after the regular season and the playoffs are over. Some projections from Bleacher Report. I'll run it by these guys and get their reaction of the new destination for the QBs when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. Back with you on the Next Round. One more hour to go and this segment until we get to another weekend, and it's a good football weekend. Kirk Herbstreit talking college football on a college football playoff interview yesterday. 2 or 3 interesting sound bites from him coming up. Part of the show today being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Always there for you on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there and enjoy some wonderful Southern fried chicken, the po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. It is champyschicken.com. All right, quarterback movement in the NFL this offseason. This is Bleacher Report that's giving this. I'm going to bounce a couple off of you. Tell me your reaction. First off, do you think Tom Brady's back with the Buccaneers next year?
I have no idea. This is almost a Nick Saban situation. I mean, Tom Brady is not the Tom Brady of the past, but it just seems like, and especially now that he's divorced, he probably wants to focus on something. So I've got a feeling he's going to come back. I don't know if it's going to be Tampa, though. It might be Vegas.
Yeah, he's really good with protection, no doubt about it. They've had bad protection. Bleacher Report says their projections would be Tom Brady in Las Vegas and the Raiders actually trading Derek Carr, has to be traded to his free agent Tom Brady to the Raiders, Derek Carr to the Buccaneers. in a trade. So they would be swapping quarterbacks, but Brady free agent to the Raiders in a trade by the Bucs to get Derek Carr.
Would you want that?
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. I'm one of those that I think Derek Carr's a pretty good quarterback. I don't think he's great. I think he's, probably top 16 quarterbacks in the NFL, but he's good enough.
That, on the side note to that, Devontae Adams says he is likely going to stay in Vegas, but he wants to be in the loop on the quarterback, that he came to Vegas because of his relationship with Derek Carr. I'm likely going to stay in Las Vegas, but I would like to be in the loop.
I mean,
do you loop him in?
Our buddy Blake Bedingfield, that was the former director of college scouting for the Titans, and he's out in the media world now, said, yeah, I'm fine with that. Let me tell you what time we all show up to scout the guys that we're going to draft or go get. And, I mean, that's it, right?
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time in it. You're just going by what?
Yeah, you're going by all these things. Why don't you come to all the scouting meetings with us, too?
But here's a couple of things. Devontae Adams, who played at Fresno with Derek Carr, that's where the relationship is, but he's a Northern California kid. He grew up a Raiders fan, so he loves playing for that organization. I think it's an easy sell, though, because either you're going to stick with your former teammate Derek Carr, the guy you've got right now, or you're going to go get Tom Brady. You think he's going to say, you know what? I don't want to play with Tom Brady.
I don't want to. Who wants to play with Tom Brady?
You're not going to say that publicly. Has Sam Darnold impressed you at all with Carolina?
Nope.
They have Sam Darnold signing, we talked about this earlier, with the Colts as they continue to grasp for the quarterback.
The Colts continue to get worse.
They're regressing, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, literally, you go from Hall of Fame, what would have been a Hall of Famer, to, help me out here, Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about Carson Wentz.
Yeah. And then you're going to go now to the worst of the bunch, in my opinion.
Jimmy Garoppolo and the New York Jets, they say, will be an off-season
Now,
move.
that would be interesting. The Jets, obviously, Zach Wilson, we were talking about it earlier. Joe Flacco is going to start Sunday. Zach Wilson is healthy enough to start. Robert Saleh was asked about it today. It's a game that means nothing for the Jets, and he said it's not going to help Zach to start this game. We're going to start Flacco. Zach will be the backup. So he's healthy enough. He's basically a healthy scratch in a lot of ways. He's healthy enough to play Sunday against the Dolphins, and they're not even going to play him.
Yeah, and him being the former defensive coordinator at the 49ers, he's kind of built the Jets in that similar fashion. And they are missing quarterback.
They're good quarterback play away from being a contender for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they're almost a poor man's 49ers, so Garoppolo might work well there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jimmy Garoppolo. I would have been okay with him in Tampa this year, too. Nobody would have survived this offensive line. They say the Ravens will end up franchise tagging Lamar Jackson and then signing him to a long-term deal. They've struggled to work a long-term contract with Lamar Jackson and going into this season. They think that they will finally solve that problem.
I mean, it has been a weird relationship, hasn't it? I mean, this is a guy that has won an MVP for them, has had them a consistent factor in the playoffs, and it seems like they've been hesitant to marry him long term.
But it does seem like when it becomes, as my coach liked to say, nut-cutting time, when everything's on the line, it seems like he's not at his best. Maybe the team is too dependent on him, and then good teams can take him away.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of guys that are. The guys I believe in, in that time, Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow. We haven't even seen Josh Allen.
Well, I think you're right about that. Josh Allen's been very close, but in an AFC Championship game, they were within a hair of winning. Lamar Jackson's very close to the guy we talk about that you do not want as a quarterback. And it sounds weird, but it's a quarterback that's good enough. You're like, we would never go away from this guy. But is he good enough to win you a Super Bowl?
See, and I think he is.
We've never seen it.
I know. He can't stay healthy either.
Our buddy Reed, who's one of the 10 up here with Double Down Media, he's a Giants fan. They're in the playoffs. Daniel Jones. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Daniel Jones. You're a fan of him or not a fan of him, Reed? Daniel Jones.
Thumbs up. Yeah, you stick with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he says the Giants will re-sign Daniel Jones to a long-term contract.
I haven't heard this comparison yet, and it's just my pure comparison. But I think when people start to talk about Will Levis, they're going to talk about Daniel Jones. And, I thought Daniel Jones going where he went to New York was such a stretch, the quarterback that I saw at Duke. But Daniel Jones has been okay.
I think Cutcliffe coaching him at Duke gave you a little more faith in him, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, Cutcliffe was known as a very good quarterback.
And I didn't know
coach.
the talent around him. And I got to be fair to Will Levis. It's not like Kentucky's got a ton of skill around him.
Seahawks franchise tag Geno Smith. Would that surprise you?
He's played well. Rams got him this week. He lit the Rams secondary up last time they played.
But if you franchise tag him, don't that make you got to pay top 5, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not worth that.
Oh, I don't think so. That's $30 million.
Yeah. Whose pick do they get? They get Denver's pick.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, Seattle gets Denver's pick. So if you wanted to draft, I mean, that's
a quarterback.
That's a much better pick than you thought you were going to get. Denver is 4-12 right now, and they play Kansas City Sunday. Is that right?
I think I'd rather trade that first round pick for a quarterback, a more proven quarterback. But Geno's played well, but I can't tag him for $30 million.
Yeah, I would rather have C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young moving forward.
And Baker Mayfield signs with?
Probably the Rams.
They're saying Commanders, that he has been just good enough with the Rams to make people say, we can give him a shot here with the Commanders.
And not to get too deep on this because nobody cares about the Rams, but the difference for Baker when he has been good with the Rams is when Cam Akers is effectively running the football. That whole system predicates on being able to run and then in play action making those easy throws.
Same way with Brady and the Buccaneers. Yeah. They haven't been able to run this year, and those play actions, nobody takes the fake on the play action. Odie's is there with you. Great lunch, live music this weekend, and trivia on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, it's a great place to go. All weekend long, enjoy the incredible food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for more than 3 decades. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. It's a great way to get the weekend started. Knock off work early. Go hang out there today. Go see Will Haver and the great staff. It's the Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, it's a Friday at noon. We're about to pop the keg open over here and enjoy a nice Bud Light. That's coming up in the final hour. And a little college football. We'll get ready for Monday night's national championship game. What Kirk Herbstreit says about that game next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show here. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor. That's Ryan Brown. Tyler's in place of Rockstar, who's entertaining some of you in Mobile. I mean, I was not amazed because I know very popular Blackjack and Symphony. We had 4, 5, 6 people along the week said they already have tickets for the show tonight down in Mobile. So we're wishing Rockstar good luck from afar. Forrester and Lunsford are back there as well. Reed is working on the Next Round store back there behind Tyler. Reed's got some special details. Tune in Monday. You may have a Next Round store. Some information you'd want next week in the Next Round store. Taylor Korn handling social media out there at Next Round Live. Remember to hit the thumbs up, the like button, and everything. Like and follow wherever you get us at Next Round Live. Cheers on a Monday. Thanks to our friends at Adams Beverage. Great sponsors, Bud Light. And we've got the Wicked Weed today.
Boy, it smells good, too. I was smelling yours right there.
It is delicious.
Yeah.
I've been drinking a lot of this Wicked Weed the last couple of months, and it's fantastic. And
it smells good.
I think ABV, I think it's 7.5.
Yep. Or as we like to call it on the Jim meter, is what? It'll have me what by when?
Schnockered by the end of the show.
I think for Dunaway, I think 2 of these would
put you under?
loop him up. Somebody asked in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room if we would tap the keg at 9 a.m. on a Friday. I'm willing to do it next Friday if you'll do it.
Lance will do that for the viewers.
Lance gave us a.
It's 9.6 actually.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I'm already plastered. We
Jim
had
got plastered. Just
we had a
hold the
guest
cup.
in studio. I guess now about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and he told the guy, "No, I'm about an hour and 11 minutes away from my beer."
Clock was ticking.
I'm excited about this weekend. I've got no plans. I do have to get a workout in later today, but I'm excited about having 3 or 4 of these.
Yeah, well, I'm officially a 2-week bachelor as of 8 o'clock this morning. So Maggie's on her drive back to Duke. I love you, babe, and I'm going to miss you.
Love you, babe. You're not listening, but somebody will tell you I said I love you, babe.
Audio only.
You can wake up on the floor tonight.
We got breaking news.
What sport?
We got a lot of stuff. Brown, what's your breaking news? Brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Go ahead.
You want to do Michelson first?
No,
or the
do breaking news.
The NFL has voted for the adjusted playoff plan, according to Ian Rappaport.
So that means a neutral site?
If the scenarios fall into place, which is basically if Buffalo and Kansas City or Cincinnati, as they're involved. Now, Cincinnati's upset about this. Zach Taylor was asked about it today, and he's like, basically none of the scenarios benefit us. We're kind of getting screwed. But the NFL owners. So if there would have been a tie that would have gone to tiebreakers between the teams that meet for the AFC Championship, it will be played at a neutral site game.
Well, I understand Zach Taylor's feelings. I really do. And I've really liked Zach Taylor a lot during this whole process.
He's done everything right. Yep.
I think he showed a really human side during that game the other night.
Yep.
Walking across the McDermott, complimenting McDermott several times and everything. But at this point, I think you have to take the me out of it, the Bengals out of it, and think about the league as a whole. What is the best competitive situation, right? What is best for the league? What is the fairest thing? And none of it benefits them, but the fairest thing to do is what they've decided to do.
Well, I would just remember this. I think this Cincinnati Bengals team is the best team in the NFL right now. I've said that for over a month. I think you got to go back to last year. This team is better than last year's team. They opened up at home and they won against Oakland. And I thought it was really cool what Zach Taylor did after that game. He took a game ball to a local bar and said, this will not be our last playoff win.
That's right.
It was the first one in 30 years or whatever. But then they go on the road. They play number 1 Tennessee, number 1 seed. They win that game on the road. Thanks, Ryan Tannehill. Then they go to Arrowhead as double-digit dogs, and they beat Kansas City. So they were able to do it on the road last year. Joe Burrow is a quarterback. His game travels everywhere.
Yeah, it feels like this would be a team that could deal with a chip on their shoulder, right?
And there's no way that Kansas City was coming to Cincinnati, right? Like the playoff scenario.
I think there was a scenario where Kansas City and Cincinnati could have ended up tied.
Yeah,
so there was.
If Cincinnati would have
beaten
won
the Bills Monday night,
and then win this weekend, and then KC loses and Buffalo loses,
Cincinnati could have gotten the 1 seed, I think.
Yeah, but the likely scenario is the Chiefs were going to win this final
game. It was going to
game.
be Chiefs or Bills,
and the Chiefs or Bills were going to be at home. So what this has done, I disagree with Zach, is you may be the hottest team right now. And the more likely scenario is you are going to be on the road at Kansas City or Buffalo that final game. Now you're going to be at a neutral site. So I disagree with him. I think that actually maybe benefits them.
Well, his argument is there was a rule for this in the rule book, and they have said, yeah, we're not going to use that rule. We're going to make this adjustment and vote
wow.
for it. Yeah.
What was the rule in the rule book?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but that's what their argument is that this was addressed in the rule book, that you just go to winning percentage. You don't worry about the fact that
that's what I always thought.
Yeah, that it's actually discussed in events of a cancellation of a game, that you go to winning percentage. And they're like, hey, that was the rule that was written. Why are we rewriting the rule here in week 18?
Yeah.
And he said,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Knowing that now,
I
think that's what we should be doing. You should be going by what you have. That scenario probably involves some horrible circumstances, right? We got to,
you assume it's like a hurricane or something like that.
Or, there could be, a death of a teammate or a bus wreck that injures, a certain number of members of your team. You can't play that game. You can't make it up. So it's going to be whatever scenario it is, it's forced to cancellation. And you've thought about that whenever that rule was written, then why not go ahead and stick by that? It probably was written way back in the day when there was a chance a team could fold in the middle of a season. You know what I mean?
Probably so,
yeah. It's no telling. I agree with you. The rule is there. Just roll by it. Now, if this was last year in the NFC, I'd feel a little bit different about this. So if my team was Buffalo, KC, or Cincinnati.
Yeah, but if last year with your Rams, if they had been not a chance to host at the end.
That would have been tough.
Then that would have been tough, yeah. So that's the deal coming down from the NFL. A couple other developing news to tell you about, including Kirk Herbstreit talking about the national championship game coming up in just a second. Our friends at Michelson bringing you that breaking news.
Look, if you wear the contacts or the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. If you've thought about LASIK, now is the time to pull the trigger. At least find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the phone call to Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. You can also go online, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020, more than 2 decades now. Make the call today, 969-8100.
I'm going to put Herbstreit on pause here. We teased it to this segment, but we've gone very deep here. I want to have a bigger segment to talk about the college football playoffs, so we'll do that in the next segment coming up here. But some other news that is developing. One is Shane Beamer at South Carolina, who led the Gamecocks to an 8-win season with wins over Tennessee and Clemson. They are voting today to give him a contract extension and raise of $2.75 million that will get him to $6.5 million a year as the board meeting today to approve that at South Carolina. Thoughts on Shane Beamer?
I don't think you can argue against doing this. I mean, what has Shane Beamer done wrong? He's done everything right. The first year was better than expected, and everybody's like, okay, see if he can back that up, right? See if he can back that up. Well, guess what? He did. He finished the season with the 2 biggest wins South Carolina's had in a very, very long time.
A better season. And, really should have beaten Notre Dame. I mean, they go from 7-6 to 8-5. It's a tough job. It's tougher than most people expect. I think Steve Spurrier got the expectations up a little too high. I never really saw this coming with Shane Beamer.
Nor did I.
And I will stick by this. I recently found out we share a birthday, by the way.
You and Shane Beamer?
Yeah.
March 30th?
31st.
31st? I was close.
Very close.
Thank you.
Frank Bromberg III.
Yeah. He's on that same day.
Yeah. I believe when Shane Beamer really has success, he's going to be tough to stomach.
Some say he's already there.
Compared to like a Dabo Sweeney?
Yeah, I mean, some people just handle success differently. I could be wrong. I like Shane Beamer now. When he came on our show, he was great.
So that gets us back to Sonny Dykes.
But he deserved this contract extension.
Give me cut number 4 again. Just the first half of this soundbite. He starts talking about doing things that we've always done. But the first half of this, again, this goes back to what LT is saying, how Sonny Dykes is already really putting him and his program in a very different place. Before we even play this, read the quote about Trey Sanders, the Alabama player, has committed to TCU. Already a couple other players were there, and he had this to say.
Yeah, just to remind you, JoJo Earle already transferred. Tommy Brockermeyer transfers.
So that's 3.
Yeah, and then Trey Sanders becomes the 3rd Alabama player. Well, ESPN's Dave Wilson interviewed Sonny Dykes, and I don't know who Dave Wilson is. Doesn't matter. Here was his quote, though, Sonny Dykes to Dave Wilson of ESPN. Quote, "We expect to compete against Alabama not only in recruiting but on the field." He goes on to say, so the thing you don't want to start doing is taking a bunch of guys at Alabama that can't play for them, because in theory they shouldn't be able to play for you either.
I mean, I get what he's trying to say there.
You don't say it aloud, though.
Oh, yeah, and that's the old what people say now, that he said the quiet parts out loud, right? I mean,
you say it when you don't get a recruit, or if he goes somewhere else. I've gotten 3 of them, Brown.
I know, but I should want my program, if I'm a coach, to be to the level that if the kid can't play for Alabama, he can't play for me either. Now, reality says most programs are never going to be to that level.
Yeah.
Texas isn't even to that level. I mean, they took not Jahmyr Gibbs. They took Jaleel Billingsley. Oh, they could play for us.
Let me ask you a question. Do you you basically put Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State on the same level, right? Recruiting, competing for championships, and all that. Did Nick Saban have a problem with Jamison Williams coming from Ohio State?
He did not. No.
I mean, I would say Nick Saban probably thinks we're competing. We're going to beat Ohio State. We're going to compete with Ohio State.
I still
think Nick Saban thinks Alabama's better than Georgia Tech.
I mean,
yeah, but Jahmyr Gibbs was on the field at Georgia Tech.
Yeah,
his
point
point is these guys can't play.
Yeah.
Well, Jamison Williams was struggling to get on the field.
No, and that still to me is one of the greatest recruiting jobs ever, because we never saw Jamison Williams. So how could you know that he was going to be that good?
That's right. Yeah, no, you're right about that.
And in a part-time role, but the kid who went to Drew Sanders at Arkansas, he really was struggling to get on the field at Alabama. We got out there when there was injuries or in a rotation.
He's going to be a first-round pick.
And now he's going to be a first-round pick, because he got on the field at Arkansas. So I thought it was a dumbass comment by Sonny Dykes.
Well, I would just be pissed if I was Trey Sanders, JoJo Earle, or Tommy Brockermeyer.
Absolutely. I just committed to your program, and now you're dissing on the program I came from.
And you're getting a little too big for your britches.
Which gets me to the comment he says right here. Listen to this. Now, this is the he never says I'm of Hall of Fame quality. Right?
His record tells you that.
He never says that. He's not saying I'm of Hall of Fame quality.
It's the only good year he's ever had.
I know.
But listen to what he says about Hall of Fame quality coaches.
Look, I mean, it's a national championship game. It's a hard thing to get to. There's a lot of guys that have been, Hall of Fame, legendary coaches that have never gotten to this point in their career. And
but I have.
This is a hard thing to get to. It's a very important game. You don't get a chance to do this every year.
Georgia does.
But at the same time, I mean, look, we're going to do exactly what we've done.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah, but he's not wrong about that, because when we played that earlier, I started thinking, well, Jim Harbaugh hasn't.
He hasn't. I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame caliber coach, but yes.
Oh, caliber, yeah. Is he in there? No. But, I mean, College Football Hall of Fame one day, Jim Harbaugh could be in there as a coach. Lincoln Riley has not done this.
He has not. He's not.
And Lincoln Riley is certainly a Hall of Fame caliber coach.
Yeah, but I would say this on the other side. Gene Chizik has. Larry Coker has. Mark Helfrich has.
Yeah. But, I mean, there are guys that are considered now, and once I get past those two, give me just an obvious one that is a really, really, really good football coach that hasn't done this.
I can't, because, people forget Brian Kelly in 12 played for a while.
That's right. Now, he hasn't played in a playoff championship game, but he has been in a national championship game.
Yeah, I can't think of an elite coach that hasn't played for one.
I mean, I ran out of elite coaches pretty quickly. I mean, Nick Saban has obviously been there. Kirby Smart has obviously been there. Ryan Kelly has been in championship.
I don't usually put you in the elite category until you're there.
Well, that is true. That's what makes you elite. But, I mean, obviously, Lincoln Riley is a very good football coach. Now, he needs to get more committed to defense to be elite, but he's a very good football coach.
And Rusty over in Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Lincoln Riley hasn't done anything yet. That's not true. There's been 3 Heisman winners underneath him.
He's won some conference championships.
He's won conference championships. He's been to multiple college football playoffs.
Yeah, but to Brown's point, he's a hell of an offensive coordinator.
He's got to get more committed to defense. And everybody always answers that by saying, he hired Grinch. Well, Grinch has not gotten it done.
Okay.
I mean, we can say all we want.
You can hire the best defense coordinator in the world until you're committed in recruiting the best defensive athletes. Just like you are on the offensive side, it doesn't matter.
Well, they're starting to. I mean, I think you're going to see that start to flip around and look, and they've got a really good collective, so they've got a lot to work with. The thing I would say, though, is it took Kirby Smart a while to win the national championship.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's not one size fits all. There's not one way to get there. You got to get there, and then you got to win it. But, I mean, I ran out of elite coaches very quickly, but Sonny Dykes is right. Lincoln Riley hasn't done this, and Jim Harbaugh hasn't done this.
Yeah, but Steve Spurrier was a Hall of Fame coach, and he only won 1 national championship.
That is correct.
And he only had 1 shot, and he backed into that one.
We had 2 shots. He played for another one and got his eyes beat out.
The one he won, he backed into. And so that's he's an elite
you're
coach.
Say he backed into that one, Nick Saban backed into the one against LSU, too.
I forget. I was reading an article today on how close, like, people were looking for a comparison with TCU, and Conor O'Gara earlier said 2013 Auburn, which is a good one, but I think it was you, Brown, that brought up the 96 Arizona State team. And, I brought up David Boston scored that late touchdown. I didn't realize, though, if they would have won, then they would have split a national championship with Florida.
Arizona State?
Yeah, if Arizona State would have won and Florida would have lost that Sugar Bowl, it would have been Arizona State, outright.
Bruce Snyder's Arizona State team, right? Bruce Snyder was the head coach. Jake Plummer, and he lost to John Cooper's Ohio State team in the Rose Bowl. Yeah. That was a good team.
Really good team.
Yeah.
Fun watch back then. All right, that is a little conversation there about Sonny Dykes and what the NFL has decided today. More on the Sonny's team, TCU and Georgia, battling on the field when we come back. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, if you're popping the question in 2023, go to the place people have gone for that engagement diamond all the way back for almost 2 centuries.
Yeah, family-owned and operated. Our friends at Bromberg's, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Hey, real quick, before we got to get to break, yes or no? Davey asked a great question. Do y'all think Sonny Dykes was throwing shade at Gary Patterson right there? By talking about Hall of Fame coaches that never played.
Well, I got a
okay,
point
we'll
on
come
Gary
back to
Patterson
that then.
too,
Okay, we'll come back to that. That's a good question, though.
Jealousy is the question on the table. Eventually, we'll get to Herb Street, though. I'll just stop teasing him at some point. Here.
Is it still good Monday?
We're back in a moment. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at MyBookie getting you ready for the national championship game coming up on Monday night. Where have we settled at 12.5? Is that moving anymore?
I'll look right now. I got it open.
12.5 is where it has been. It was 13.5 when it opened, went to 14.5, settled back to 12.5. Real interesting on where that number is. MyBookie can get you in the game. That and a lot of great basketball going on this weekend. MyBookie.ag.
Promo code Next Round when you go there, and on a deposit of $50 or more, you can get a cash bonus instantly to your MyBookie account. $50 or more gives you that cash bonus. Usually the bonus is simple. Just bet that deposit amount one time. You're ready to cash out, no strings attached. You can bet on the NFL final regular season weekend, NFL playoffs coming up, college national championship game, NBA, college basketball, UFC weekly blackjack tournaments. It's all right there at mybookie.ag, code Next Round to get that bonus. mybookie.ag, code Next Round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code Next Round.
So the coach of TCU, Sonny Dykes, talked about some Hall of Fame coaches never got to this point. And Dave, is it Dave in the Vulcan?
Davey
in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, could this be Sonny Dykes throwing a little shade at Gary Patterson, who was there for so many years at TCU?
You know, I would hope not. But I heard a discussion. It was earlier today about, is it going to be difficult for Gary Patterson to 100% pull for TCU? Because coaches have egos. He was there forever. Now, I will say a lot
of these players are his, though. I mean, there's a little satisfaction in that.
But there are some transfers. But, this is a guy that finished number 2 in the country a few years ago, and then number 2 and number 3 within a 5-year period. So people forget Gary Patterson had some really good TCU teams.
Yeah, but never could get to this point.
Never get to this point.
And now this guy walks in and what I built, and here he is in his first year.
And Gary Patterson knows the true Sonny Dykes. I don't. And maybe that's good. Maybe he likes Sonny Dykes. But on the other side, he could hate Sonny Dykes.
So a little jealousy from Gary Patterson or Sonny Dykes in this situation is what we're talking about.
Do you think – so I'll give you an example. We left radio. And if our former radio station, well, that's a bad example because we're not even competitors.
We're doing something totally different. Yeah, but if we went to a different radio station, they would absolutely want us to fail, and we would want to beat them.
Yeah, and if they mopped us up in ratings,
they would take a victory lap.
We would be upset about that.
Yep, absolutely.
And so I just wonder where Gary Patterson is here.
Yeah, and factor in that he's still part of a Big 12 staff at Texas. I mean, he's technically now a competitor of TCU. He's not just retired coach that, is sitting at home watching TV. He's a competitor of TCU.
But what he built in 20-plus years, and that's what it was at TCU, his name almost gets erased with a win on Monday night.
No, you're right. I mean it gets quickly forgotten.
Absolutely. Never forget 4 Downs, though. Vulcan Tires brings you that every day. Our 4 Downs, Vulcan Tires and Automotive. 5 great locations now.
Best segue of the week, man. You never forget 4 Downs. 5 locations for you, including the newest one.
Did not feel like you really believed that.
In Pell City. on a way. I didn't sound convincing there.
No.
5 locations, anything you need, bumper to bumper. They can hook you up, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More total yards tomorrow night. Derrick Henry or Travis Etienne?
I'm going to go Derrick Henry.
Boy, he better if they're going to win this thing.
Having watched him run through our Madden League.
Etienne's really good, though.
He really is. But the emphasis is on Derrick Henry and the Titans playing Titans ball, and that's Derrick Henry running the ball a lot. And I think he's got to go north of 170 for the Titans to win the game.
That's
Anything less than
for,
170 is a Titans loss.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make it as easy as you can on Josh Dobbs, and him running the ball would make it easier on Josh Dobbs.
But if you're Doug Peterson, you know exactly
what
Vrabel and Tennessee they're going to do. You've got one job. It's to stop Derrick Henry. You're not going to get beat at the quarterback position. Joshua Dobbs is not going to beat you.
No, he's not. I still say Derrick Henry has more. I don't know if it'll be enough for the win.
I'm going to go Etienne just because of the balance right now. You don't know. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is playing great football.
Really is playing good football. I think the Jaguars win the game. You guys think the Jags win the game?
I would take the Jags.
I lean that way right now. I think it's going to be a tough game, though.
Yeah.
Second down.
More total touchdowns Sunday. Joe Flacco or Skylar Thompson?
Ooh, Brown?
Total touchdowns, I'll go Skylar Thompson. He's got the wheels. Miami's got a week to prepare. You know, look, he was just thrown in last week because Bridgewater broke his pinky on the throw. You've had a week now to realize, okay, this guy is not going to stand in the pocket and pick apart the Jets. We need to take advantage of what he does well, which is run the football. So
would you take it right now just to get in instead of play the game? Skylar Thompson and Joe Flacco 40-yard dash.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'd put my life on that one, not just the playoffs.
But when you say wheels, are you talking about his wheels or the ability to throw a very conservative short pass to the wheels on the edge of that roster and let them run with the football?
Yeah, I mean, both, actually. But
Yeah.
I'm talking more about playing in some more Skylar Thompson runs, something you would never do for Tua or really Teddy Bridgewater. But this is something this guy possesses that you can use. Now, you're where you have to be careful here is your next quarterback is Mike Glennon. I mean, that's the backup. So one tough hit on Skylar Thompson, and it gets even worse for Miami. You're starting Mike Glennon.
Yeah, I don't know if it can get worse for the Jets right now.
Cedric Wilson is our emergency backup. He's doubtful, so they don't even know who the emergency is right now in Miami.
Yeah, but I was watching.
I just run Wildcat with Tyreek.
Well, that's probably what they ended up doing.
Who did Tampa Bay play last week? To
Carolina.
Carolina. All of a sudden, you had that was Sam Darnold. They were playing somebody recently who was a backup quarterback, and it was a big game. And all of a sudden, he's running an option on him real quick. You know, running down the line, running an option. He was one of the backup quarterbacks. That's what you're talking about. The Skylar could be running an option and pitching it to somebody.
Give the Jets things they haven't seen. So I would take more total touchdowns.
Is it Matt Corral?
No, Matt's been out all year. I don't know who it was. Maybe it wasn't in the Panthers game before that.
Third down.
You got caught watching the paint dry. It's a fascinating show. I know.
those 2 sips of the IPA.
I'm not responsible for hitting the thing that says third down.
No, I'm talking about your memory on last Sunday.
Who did the Buccaneers play?
That is more of my birth certificate.
Okay, Sunday night, more total touchdowns. Jared Goff or Aaron Rodgers? On the surface, seems like a ridiculous question, but Jared Goff has been the better
playing
quarterback
very well.
this year.
There's no doubt. Did you see what happened to Dick Vitale last night?
No.
I think the NFL Network was replaying an old Packers-Lions game, and for some reason, Dickie V thought that was the Thursday night game. So he's tweeting about it as if it's live. Like, Aaron Rodgers already has 2 interceptions. Lions are in trouble here. Or the Packers are in trouble or something like that. And then he had to come back and say, oh, by the way, that was a tape game. I wasn't watching a live game.
I'm joining Jared Goff. I think Detroit's
I will
win
too.
this game.
I do too.
Now, I don't think they're going to get in because I think the Rams are going to lose to Seattle.
Yeah, I disagree. I think Aaron Rodgers has a game for the ages.
A game for the ages.
Yeah, I like the Packers to win this one. He's really, Lazard's back healthy, right? Mm-hmm. Cobb's back playing.
But it's really the 2 rookies. It's Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs.
Yeah, and then Watson. So it's Dobbs, not Dodd. It's Dobbs, yeah.
Yeah, but Randall Cobb is still there.
Yeah, but he's not. It's the other guy. It's Dobbs that I thought watched last week. And then the other rookie, number 9.
Yeah, Christian Watson.
They've been fantastic together. I think they have the breakout game. I go Packers.
Fourth down.
So Jameis Winston, This is amazing. He's 29 today. He's not even in his 30s.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Lived quite the life. If I ask you, though, better Florida State career, Winston or Charlie Ward?
I'd go Charlie Ward.
I mean, I would go Jameis Winston. That 1 year won a national championship.
Charlie Ward did too, though.
Did Charlie win one?
He won one.
93?
Yeah, 93. Charlie Ward, I'm a little biased because I never liked Jameis, but Jameis won a Heisman.
Yeah.
Charlie did too.
No.
Charlie Ward did not win a Heisman? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, maybe he did.
Yeah, Charlie won a Heisman, went to the NBA.
Charlie went to the NBA.
Yeah, I knew that. But, Jameis started out his career, correct me if I'm wrong, 27-0?
Yeah. Charlie was a hell of a quarterback.
Oh, and he would be better in today's game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He would kill today's game.
Yeah, he would have never played in the NBA.
But that 1 year with Jameis, I don't know what happened to him the next year, but that first year, it was fantastic.
Still good the next year. Their defense wasn't as good.
Yeah, 93 Heisman.
Okay.
Yeah. Charlie Ward won a Heisman. I'd take Charlie Ward in this one over Jameis.
I'm going to take Charlie Ward.
I'm going to go Jameis Winston. And that's 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. The newest location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, Kirk Herbstreit had a chance to talk to all the people who jumped on his Zoom call yesterday about Monday night's national championship game. We'll finally get a chance to talk a little bit about that game as well, hear what Herbie says about it. All that coming up right here on TNR.
Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
All right, Monday night, 6:30 on ESPN. You get the national championship game out from SoFi. I think today is the travel day for Georgia. I assume probably for TCU as well. Their arrival day in Los Angeles.
I'm watching Georgia get on the bus right now, Jim.
Who was it that brought up how the airline tickets?
Peter Burns. I did not know that was an issue out of Atlanta.
I was talking to our friend Ken West, walk-ons, big Georgia guy.
Is he going?
Well, so I was talking to him. It was Sunday or Monday night. Yeah, he's probably going to go because he's got a brother that lives in the L.A. area. But he's like, man, I can't. Like, every flight's $1,200 plus. And I said, have you checked out of Atlanta? He said, same deal. And I think Southwest has jacked up everything domestically when it comes to flying.
Yeah, I do think you probably are getting more volume on those other airlines because people do not trust Southwest right now.
That's right.
That's probably a big issue.
Yeah, real quickly, you're good at doing two things at once. Jump on and try to fly out of Huntsville. And see what Huntsville would do.
I'll tell you the way I would do it.
Huntsville to L.A.?
Yeah.
Well, you're probably going to have to fly through Atlanta, and that's going to be your problem.
You know, to me, Vegas is a more fun town than L.A.
Fly to Vegas and drive?
It's going to be raining all weekend in L.A. It's going to be overcast. It's just not a typical L.A. Southern California weekend. I would go to Vegas because you can get a direct flight to Vegas from anywhere. And I would stay in Vegas, and then I would drive over on maybe Sunday night, stay Sunday, Monday in L.A.
Not from anywhere, man. It struggles to get that direct flight from Birmingham now. It's not a constant anymore.
It was until from what I heard, the model that was flying Southwest from Birmingham to McCarran directly was the same model that the Ethiopian flight went down, and so they had to pull those flights. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Model as in the model of plane, not the very attractive girl that was dating A.J. McCarron. I mean, you brought in McCarran, which is the airport in Vegas, right?
$777 per round trip traveler on American. That's your cheapest flight right there. They get in the $1,000 per round trip very quickly.
Yeah, but that's out of Huntsville?
That's out of Huntsville. If you leave at 10:17 tomorrow morning, you fly through ORD. Is that O'Hare? I think it's O'Hare.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. You fly through O'Hare on American.
There you go, walk-ons, Ken.
You get home at 4:46. Now, I haven't done the return. The return could be tricky because I'm trying to fly out Tuesday.
Hey, if I'm a Georgia fan, don't battle the crowd. I probably watch this one at home outside of wanting to see SoFi.
Oh, you got to go. Best stadium in the modern world. Your team's locked in to win a second national championship.
Yeah, but here's what you got to think. If you're a Georgia fan, I mean, Kirby's going to play for another one in at least the next 5 years.
I know, but you're never going to go to one knowing you're going to win like this one.
That is true.
Yeah, my cheapest return gets me $1,250. So you can't do this for less than $1,250 even out of Huntsville, but you can at least get there.
Well, that's what Ken was saying.
I remember my ex didn't want me to go to Super Bowl 36 because it was the one right after 9/11, the first one. You guys remember that?
I do.
But I got a ticket for really cheap because of that.
Funny, Maggie wanted me to go to that one.
But one of the reasons I went was not only the Rams were there and I'd seen them win Super Bowl 34, but I thought it was much like this Georgia situation. Point spread was almost the exact same. The Rams were a 13.5-point favorite over Tom Brady and the Patriots.
In the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And I'll never forget going there and never worrying, even at halftime. And the Rams tied it up late, and I still didn't worry. And then Tom Brady leads them down, and Vinatieri kicks that 53 or 54-yard field goal. But I never even thought the Rams would lose the game until they lost the game.
Yeah.
So it can happen, Dunaway.
By the way, Adam Vinatieri comes up in our final segment today. It's weird that you brought him up.
How about that?
Pre-planned final segment. But here's Kirk Herbstreit. He did a national Zoom call yesterday with the media that is covering the national championship game. Our friends at Dog Post was on that. Kirk Herbstreit talking about Stetson Bennett being back in the national championship game and could be back-to-back two-time national champion.
I think last year in that championship game against Alabama, that second half, I mean, they went from like, oh, gosh, what are we going to do, to put the ball in his hands. And I don't want to say he won it for him, but I know his playmaking ability and a lot of those throws late in that game had a lot to do with how they won that game. And then he comes back this year as kind of a seasoned veteran. And I think now he's kind of the face of the offense in the program. So it's incredible, the journey. You could honestly write a movie script on his story. I'm excited to see if he gets an opportunity to write this final chapter the way he wants. But it's been a lot of fun to watch this guy against all odds, proving everybody, including his own coaches and his own fans, wrong.
Yeah, and he's 100% right. I say this several times since last year's game about a year ago, but he was costing his team the national championship until some point in the second half where he says they put – at that point, he started playing great, put the ball in his hand. They had to win the game, and he won the game. And then the other night, they had to put the ball in his hand again for him to win.
Fourth quarter Stetson in these big games, he's a different quarterback. I don't know what it is about him. The SEC championship game is one of the ones you would say, it didn't happen there. But otherwise, you get him in these big games late, he's a different guy.
I don't know if it was one of you two or somebody brought up Brock Bowers winning the MVP in this game.
I did not.
I did. I brought it up earlier.
I think he will. I think Brock Bowers is going to have a massive game against TCU defense.
How many games do you think he went over 100 yards receiving this year?
I think it was 2.
I think it was just 2, yeah.
Now, he had a couple of 100-yard rushing games.
Yeah, ironically.
I mean, again, like Klatt said, you find ways to get that guy the ball.
Yeah, you need to get touches there, at least once on every drive is what Klatt said. This is the Dr. Pepper Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper, getting ready for the national championship. I wonder what Kirk Herbstreit thinks about TCU, who we all projected to be 57th in our countdown in the preseason rankings. Where does Kirk Herbstreit think this TCU Cinderella story ranks?
There's 5 or 6 different games that a lot of people thought, okay, that's a fun story. They're gone. And they just kept finding a way to win games and coming back. And of course, the grand fashion was the game against Baylor, last second walk-off field goal. That's kind of symbolic of their season, really. And even against Michigan, kind of a back and forth game. So not only just a new face, but their story and what they had to do to get here. And man, it just doesn't seem that long ago. TCU was in the Mountain West and trying to get respect from people around the country. And they had an opportunity to play against Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl, and obviously took full advantage of that. And I think that really helped their brand that day. And then eventually to join the Big 12, and a lot of people still don't respect them. And then to have this year, I think a lot of people, if you really taking a poll with Georgia fans, they don't know a whole lot about TCU. So to me, that's fun, because they're not going to back down, I assure you, and they're incredibly confident. And I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a great game, but he's right about it. Every week we thought, all right, that story has ended.
Well, I remember watching that Baylor game, and I was telling you that was the game where my DirecTV receiver reset right as they were doing the fire drill to get the field goal. And so,
hats off. We killed Sonny Dykes a couple of times. Hats off. That team was so well coached in that moment. It was unbelievable.
To be able to fire drill it and get a kick off, much less make it, was pretty remarkable in that situation. But I thought for 59 minutes they were losing that game. Baylor looked like the better team.
Where are you guys on teams of destiny? Do you believe in that stuff?
I really don't. I think normally the best team wins.
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is somebody asked me the other day. It just seems like, they have pulled horseshoe out of ass nonstop. You go back to Kansas State, without both quarterbacks going down, they lose that regular season matchup, and they're out of this thing. They're not even in the college football playoff.
I think if you're a team of destiny, I think sometimes it can get you a long way, but eventually you're going to run up against a team that is so much better than you.
Yeah, and I think that's the situation.
There's no destiny getting you past that.
That's right. Now, they've had a lot of close games. It's been a very NFL-like season for them, where every game seems like it's a one-possession game in the NFL. That's the way it's been for TCU. It hasn't been a traditional college slate.
And that's all they're hoping for Monday night. Yeah. Put us in that situation again.
Oh, my gosh. If they could have a one-possession game.
Yeah. If you told them they're tied going into the fourth quarter.
Take it without
15 minutes to win it. Yeah, you take that in a heartbeat. Their fear is at halftime they're down 3 scores.
This is one of those situations where I hate the fact that I think Georgia's going to kill them. So I probably lay the 12.5 or 13.5, wherever it falls. And then I end up pulling for Georgia to dominate this team instead of wanting a really good game.
Yeah. I will not place any wagers on it just for that reason.
No, but you're going to be pulling for Georgia.
Yeah, I guess I will.
Would you?
I will.
Would you rather see?
I'll be okay either way, to be honest.
Would you rather see Georgia win by? Well, I ask you because I know you don't have as big of an SEC love. Georgia win by 28 or TCU wins on a last-second field goal?
Oh, I'd rather TCU win on a last-second field goal just because I've watched a good game. I don't look. The SEC is the dominant program in college football. Georgia winning or losing ain't changing that.
It's not going to change that. I agree.
So I would rather a last-second field goal just for a good game, just so I know I've seen a good game.
Yeah, as I said, sometimes, usually during the broadcast, at some point when the SEC team is losing, I by SEC.
I think you hear this. You know, certain people hear voices. I think you hear this during broadcasts. I don't hear people come on the broadcast and say, boy, everybody talks about the SEC, and look what TCU's doing to them.
Oh, you don't think that you didn't hear that in the voice of Ohio, when Ohio State was up the other night?
Mm-mm.
Ohio State, here at Georgia's house in the SEC.
Did you hear that?
I think it was verbatim.
Again, it's voices you hear.
Are we going to have a national championship without an SEC team? We're 15 minutes away when we come back.
I don't remember this at all.
I may have been listening to the Ohio State broadcast.
I mean,
you might have been drinking an IPA.
The South needs to secede again if they can't do any better than this.
They think they've got a better tax plan. Look at Georgia's defense. Now, here's another thing that we all agree on, that Monday night slot is not ideal. We'd love this to be a Saturday game, but they've got the NFL to worry about. Kirk Herbstreit gets asked about this, it being a Monday night slot for the national championship game of college football. Here's Herbstreit.
My hope, and I don't know all the answers to the logistics, but I do wish that there was a set date that was a little bit more fan friendly for college football. Like Saturday nights, like the national championship being on a Monday night. I know I hear from fans all the time how tough that is for people on the East Coast, to try to stay up on these games. And I've always heard about the NFL, and college football trying to be good partners, and the NFL in a perfect world would be respectful of what the college football traditional territory has been. Right now, I think it's just a mess. I think the sport of college football across the board is a mess in a lot of different areas. And I think trying to find one person to represent the sport, to talk on its behalf to Roger Goodell and in the league, I don't know if that exists right now. So I think college football has to get their world kind of aligned and figure that out, and then figure out who the leader is, and then go forward with trying to find a way to partner with the NFL and try to work together on dates and times and things of that nature.
But wouldn't it be the TV partners that would make that choice?
Yeah.
Because who's driving. There's two games on Saturday. You know who's driving the 3:30, 7:30 kick? The TV partners. They want it in prime time because, hey, I got a chance to show a Saturday night NFL game. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, the reason coaches now in college football are making upwards of $10 million is because of these television contracts. One of the reasons Texas and Oklahoma are leaving the Big 12 to come to the SEC, television contracts. With that said, I agree with a ton that Herbstreit is saying there. College football across the board has some messy parts to it. Yep. And I do think, you guys go back 2009 when we were first doing a show together, Texas, Alabama on a Thursday night made sense. Yep. Saturday night game makes sense.
That's what Jay says. Go back, and that Thursday night national championship game seemed to work better schedule-wise.
So you would play it next Thursday. Would you be willing to sit out that long and play it a week from?
I think the coaches would die for it.
A week from yesterday?
Love it.
I don't see an issue with them. Play it on a Thursday night.
Yeah, and, just fly in on a Monday. The teams do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then play on Thursday. And Thursday night's a game, and then you've taken a long weekend off.
How can your numbers be that different if you're a network?
Or Friday night.
Like from Thursday.
Why not Friday night?
Because I guess Thursday used to be must-see TV. That's what NBC billed it as. But Thursday and Monday can't be that much different.
No, you would have no competition on Thursday at all. You wouldn't on Friday either if you wanted to do it on a Friday.
Patrick says if we're going to a perfect calendar, go ahead and move the Super Bowl to Saturday.
Well, part of it, though, is
again, Monday's off.
The late kickoff is part of it.
Well, it's 6:30 this week. That's not the game will be over at 10.
But that's 7:30 Eastern, so that's 11 Eastern.
Yeah, but that's normal prime time news.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
time.
They're trying to get it into prime time and give the West Coast a chance to watch, even though the West Coast doesn't give two craps about college football, and they don't have a team in it, and we're playing the game out there.
Yeah, but that's 4:30.
Yeah.
We're kicking it off 4:30, Pac-12 time.
Yeah, that's the official kick time, 6:30.
6:30 Central. Yeah.
I'm glad they're doing it 6:30. You don't sleep, but
it seems like they did it after 7 though recently. Is this a new kick time?
We picked it late, but 6:30 is the kick.
Okay,
6:37.
I remember that first Georgia-Alabama game. So 2017,
the one in Atlanta. Yeah,
you guys went to the game, but because Trump was going, I didn't go because I didn't want to deal with the
it was a
getting
mess.
in. Yep. And it was kind of icy over there. You guys remember?
I do. It was a total mess.
We watched it in a hotel room, and then after the game decided to go out, and I think it was like 1 a.m. I mean, it was late.
It was late. All right, that's our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, brought to you by the great folks at Dr. Pepper. When we come back, how Adam Vinatieri makes the show for the second time. One more segment to go on a Friday.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Okay, final segment of the show here. We'll revisit all the big headlines in a second. But I've gone glasses, Jim, to read this cute little small card that I have from notes that I made earlier in the week.
Why are you doing notes on small cards like that?
Well, it was on my bigger card earlier, but I had to cut it out. So I wrote this all when I had my glasses on, and can't see it without my glasses on here. But we do play, as I misreported earlier this week, the FCS Championship, not on Saturday, but on Sunday at 1 o'clock on ABC.
Yeah, weird time for them to go head-to-head with the biggest weekend of the NFL, but whatever.
South Dakota State is a 5-point favorite over North Dakota State.
Ooh, that'd be an upset.
By the way, I would take South Dakota State and give you the 5 right now for a steak if you wanted to go that way.
Give me a minute.
Okay. Brookings, South Dakota, and Fargo, North Dakota. I don't know how many times you look at the map.
Jim, I probably look at a map every other day.
I rarely look at the map.
Okay.
But when I do look at the map, I never look at the Dakotas.
Well, they're right up there. Yep. Right up there at the border.
But I overlook them.
Why?
Maybe because they don't have a lot of big sports there.
Yep.
But Brookings, South Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota, both are on the Minnesota state line, basically.
Oh, right. I know where you're going with Adam Vinatieri now.
Yeah, they're almost in Minnesota.
He was a Jackrabbit.
He was a South Dakota State Jackrabbit.
Yeah.
Big build up to that, and Hall of Famer Jim Langner both played with South Dakota State. But Fargo and Brookings are right on the Minnesota State line. They play for, we talked about it earlier in the year, the Dakota Marker.
Yeah.
which was
Looked like a fun game.
It's a replica that they play for, a 75-pound replica. This actually was a 7-foot tall stone that was made and placed 720 of them along the border between South and North Dakota.
So they basically built a small fence.
Well, I mean,
they weren't together, but a small barrier to show where when you're going from one Dakota to the other.
One guy put up every one of them.
Well, that's a crappy job.
1891 to 92 is his job to mark the border, and he marked the border with those 720 stones.
I mean, what a crap job. What if you get off and you got to go back and do it over again?
Surely none of them are still in place because
I bet they are.
I would go dig one up, and that would be great for the sports room. But the replica is what they play for.
Jim, is that a Dakota marker? It is.
The ticket at Frisco, Texas, $143 to get in. That's not bad for an FCS game.
It's a smaller venue. I don't know how many that holds.
Tyler's
got a photo of the Dakota marker still up there for you. Look at them. They're still in the ground.
You think they're still in the ground?
Well, look. What do you think that picture is? I mean, that old boy buried those things good.
He buried them good.
Yeah. These markers we got, they marked pretty good.
SD on one side, ND on the other.
That's right.
That is a poor man's, what do you call it over in Europe?
Stonehenge, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, click on that one with that old boy leaned down by it there, Tyler.
It's like he took that one to the house.
Oh, look, yeah. It's like he made almost a tombstone out of it.
Yep.
Does he have his drum shirt on?
I can't tell. But, I mean, look how big that thing is. I mean, he squatted down by it, and it's as big as he is.
Looks like
it says property of USA.
Oh, that's what his shirt says? Okay.
So, yes, Lance.
He technically is. I'll take your bet, though. So, I got North Dakota State.
Well, Jim's not finished.
You got North Dakota State. I'll take South Dakota State.
Yeah, did you have other facts on this game?
I do have one other thing. It's a little trend going on here. The Bison have won the last 3, that's North Dakota State, the last 3 playoff games, but South Dakota State's won the last 3 meetings. So the script is flipped here.
Do you find it weird that these two teams can be this dominant on the FCS level and they would have no shot on the FBS level for some reason?
Well, they just moved up. 2004, they moved up together.
To FCS.
To FCS. They were Division II.
And they've dominated FCS.
I'll tell you ain't recruiting my ass to South Dakota.
No,
or North
not
Dakota.
a chance.
By the way, South Dakota State's always been the little brother. North Dakota State won 3 Division II national champions in the 60s. They won 5 between 83 and 90. And now they've won 9 and 11 years.
Yeah, they're going for 10 and 12.
Well, this was
10
important.
and 12.
I checked this. You know what it's going to be at Toyota Field tomorrow?
Cold?
Only 57.
57.
That's balmy for these two fan bases.
That benefits your North Dakota. I'm South Dakota.
Yeah, but North Dakota has a dome that they play in.
South Dakota is in the south part of the Dakotas.
It's 57 degrees, so the weather's not going to be a factor.
No, they're both going to love that weather.
Spring practice. Sunday is the game, 1 o'clock on ABC. We've got a stake on it. Enjoy that championship, and then Monday's championship. We'll be back with you 9 a.m. Central coming up on Monday. We look forward to that. Adam Vinatieri was a South Dakota State jackrabbit. I didn't know that.
Kicking like a jackrabbit.
He really did. All right. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Have a fantastic weekend.